Are we? Microphones are on. Okay.
I'd like to call to order the Wednesday, September 13th, 2023 public hearing for the City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Brent Taylor. I'm Vice Chair, and I'll be acting as your chair tonight. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. We will then go into the staff report presented by our staff. After that, we'll ask for public comment. Following your presentation, the commissioners will be asking questions in the same order as the presentation. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes. So please, take some time now to summarize your comments, because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. The only comments which will be allowed after public hearing is closed will be in response to any questions from the commissioners. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on the City Ordinance, Chapter 27 of City Zoning Code, the Design Guidelines, the Secretary of Interior Standards, Historic Preservation Development Review, or HPDRC comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence cell phones. Introduction of other. Now I'll introduce my commissioners. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll start on my left.
Shauna Boyd, interior designer.
John Prokop, I practice architecture.
Dan Myers, I'm a registered architect.
And again, I'm Brent Taylor. I'm a general contractor and also vice chair. We've also had with us tonight part of our staff, Dennis Fernandez, Ron Vila, Alex Guzman, and our attorney, Dana Crosby Collier. All right, Dennis.
Good evening, commissioners, and to the public and to our applicants. Welcome. We appreciate your cooperation in this temporary venue that we're holding our hearing in this evening. We will assist you with your presentations in order so that you can be as effective as possible in getting your point across and delivering the information. I want to begin with the customary conflicts of interest and ex parte communication disclosure, and our attorney will handle that.
Good evening. Commissioners, I'd like to ask if any member of the commission has a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda this evening.
I do
I
not.
have none.
Okay, thank you. Has any member engaged in an ex parte communication regarding any item?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we do have one continuation that contacted us late after the agenda had been distributed. That is ARC 23-350 for the property located at 817 South Oregon Avenue. And I'll need a motion to continue that to the October 2nd, 2023 public hearing at 5:30 p.m.
Can we get a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to continue ARC 23-350. I didn't get the date, Dennis, I'm sorry.
October 2nd.
I move to continue ARC 23-350 for the property at 817 South Oregon Avenue to the October 2nd commission meeting at 5:30 p.m.
I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Moving on, we're ready for the swear-in. Anyone in the audience who's going to be presenting or providing testimony this evening, if you could please stand and raise your right hand for the swear-in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And with that, we're ready for the first case, if it's the pleasure of the board to move forward.
Okay, so now we will get our, open the case for case ARC 23-161.
Commissioners, ARC 23-161 is for the property located at 501 East Sparkman Avenue in Tampa Heights. The request is for new construction of a 2 single-family unit development with site improvements. I'll present a photo essay to orient you. See the subject property within the boundaries of the Tampa Heights Local Historic District and National Register District. This is the 1929 Sanborn map. It does show the subject partial on the corner of Sparkman and Central Avenue. This structure no longer exists. It was demolished and replaced by a structure in the 1990s. Here's an aerial. See, it is on the corner of Sparkman and Central, surrounded by single and multifamily development, and it's just a little bit south of Columbus Drive. This is the current structure. As I said, it is non-contributing. It will be removed. That's the Sparkman elevation. Do note that there's a large tree on the front corner. Moving around to the front elevation and a view of the side, which presents itself to Central Avenue. Moving to the rear. Once again, generous lot, but fairly filled with trees. This is the view east on Sparkman from in front of the subject property. The subject property would be on the right. That's looking towards Interstate 275. And then if you turned around and looked the other way, the subject property being on the left, this multifamily development is across Central Avenue. This is the property that abuts to the east, a single-family residence. This is, I believe, a duplex that abuts across Sparkman to the north. That's the duplex that I just showed here on the right. So we're looking north on Central Avenue. Another view across Central to the west. And then there is an active alley behind the site which will be utilized for vehicular access. This is the view from the alley looking to the west, so the subject property would be on the right, and then turning around and looking the other way. So with that, I'll invite the agent to come up and present. We do have, we did request that the applicants bring handouts, just in case there's difficulty seeing some of the drawings, so he can we can distribute those for him as well.
We go ahead and get started.
Thank you.
Dennis, while we're handing them out. Can we go ahead and get started?
You can go ahead.
Thank you. What do you want us to put on that? Yes. Before the overhead old school? Okay. You wouldn't say that last time. I think some of your stuff is digital. You don't have to click to do it. Okay. Text support.
Okay.
5 minutes. We'll definitely need to sum up.
All right. While we're waiting, a little housekeeping here. We don't have a timer in this room like we normally would upstairs. So she's going to be keeping, Guzman is going to be keeping the time. We will let you know if you get into that 5 minute
Okay.
left.
We can start talking now while he's doing this.
Well, she'll start it once you start.
Okay.
But we will give you a heads up that there's 5 minutes left.
While he's doing this, I guess I'll go ahead and get started. My name is Andy Dome, and I'm the CEO of Design Styles Architecture. And with me today is Jenny Callahan, our Director of Architecture, and Justin Neiman, who is the Department Manager for our residential division in the company. We brought you updated drawings. We met with the Tampa Civic Association last week. They presented some designs, had some meetings with them, got some feedback. We also had a separate meeting with Elaine and Roger with the Civic Association, kind of going over comments. And what you guys have in front of you is a result of our meeting. So we heard feedback, made revisions to the plans. So what we're presenting to you today is revisions based on meetings with the city and meeting with the Civic Association, trying to address the issues and concerns that people had. So with that said, we do live in the community, so our office is on Columbus, so we're grateful to be here. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jenny Callahan, who's going to start to make the presentation. Is it starting to show up? And how do we get the full screen, or can they see that?
I don't know, because this isn't a PowerPoint, this is a PDF file.
You can just zoom in with the plus button at the top, right at the above. I believe you can also make it full screen.
I'm not sure how to do that unless that's, there we go.
There we go.
All right. So we're talking about the project on East Sparksman. It's a duplex that we're proposing. There are 2 units total. The square footage for each unit is approximately 3,622 square feet. There is in the rear, we're using the alley to have a 2-car garage access that is off of the alley. That was part of the feedback that we had received. And we used a porch across the front to help with the streetscape. Each unit is 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. And then we have some of the details on what we're using for materials, where we're using hardy panels, and then hardy lap siding and hardy trim. We do have an optional stucco base design kind of in this, which was what you guys originally had seen, but we had feedback from both the Civic Association and the board, and the ARC board, that wasn't what they were looking for, the historical board. So we kind of provide that as an option and wanted to look at that. So. And as we get into the site plan, this is the site plan of the lot. We're going off of Sparkman for the main access of the property, and then the back is, the garages are on the lower side off of the alley. We did get feedback that we're removing trees on Central to not affect the structure, and we're proposing putting back shade trees on that side. Right now, currently, we're showing them all kind of on the side of the property, on the right side of the property, but we would like to also put them back just for clarity. We have a note on there that says we would like to provide shade trees on Central, but just to make sure you guys understood that we're removing those trees, it was easier to denote that way. In terms of making the building kind of fit within the existing fabric of that block that's on there, we stuck with porches on the front, which are consistent with the neighboring properties. So this next slide shows you the adjacent buildings that are on that and how far. Roughly, they're about 17 feet from the property line to the front of porch, and so we kept consistent with that. And the next slide gets to the building plans. Just to show, we have, when you enter into the home, there's a front porch with a foyer. You'll enter into the ground floor, which has 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and then a 2-car garage in the back. There is room in the garage to have the trash cans in there, so that was planned for, so that they're not out in the street. And then as you go up to the next floor, that's where your main living space is, your kitchen, dining room, living area with an office in the back. And then the top level is your main kind of bedroom, so your owner's suite and 2 additional bedrooms. And the next plan kind of goes more into detail on that as well. And then I'll get into the elevations. So we kind of stuck with a transitional craftsman look on these exterior design. So we used materials like Hardy panel and Hardy lap siding to help differentiate and provide some texture to the elevation. Let's see what else. We used some brackets, standard kind of columns that you see in this design, as well as for the windows, we kind of used the traditional banding around the windows that you'll see in many of the houses located around the area. When we get into more detail down the road, you'll see some kind of similar examples that are in the neighborhood of these. When we go to the side elevations, we did adjust these side elevations. Some of the feedback that we got was they wanted it to be more addressing central, so we added a bump out in the dining room to help bring some animation in the front. We did pull the siding down in this elevation, so the siding goes all the way to the ground. Previously, it did not with the panels and the siding, so in this, they both do. And then we created some roof elements over the garage doors to help bring some animation and bring the scale down of the building as well. And we also kept the board and batten kind of look that wraps around the corner to help break up the mass and bring different textures in as well. And then off to the right, you'll see a section of the windows and the wall section that are included in there. And then the next couple of slides, these get into the option 2, which nothing changes in the front. Just to show you what we were talking about previously, on the side, this is where the stucco is on the bottom on this option. Kind of relates to the building. The apartment building across the way is mostly stucco and has some siding in it. This kind of relates to that. So it kind of keeps the fabric of the community kind of consistent as you transition to the single family residence. It'll help blend that from this multifamily unit to the apartments. So that was kind of the thought process to why there was a stucco base on this particular design. And then just to give some examples of kind of the similar elements that are within the community that we were looking at on this, this kind of goes through that. So the front door and window trim, these are kind of consistent with the neighborhood of what we were thinking. So you have a full light door, the window trim around. This window is about 4-inch, kind of typical. So these are all things that we're seeing in the neighborhood and we're gonna emulate on this design. Same with the siding and the trim. It's fairly typical to what we're seeing and we're duplicating that in our project. We do have a kind of flat roof or low slope roof on this. So on Jefferson, there is an example of that where they have parapets. So we're kind of emulating that on the back half of this house. and then pavers for the front walkway, and then a kind of standard column design. And then we have brackets and typical railing that we're seeing. And then just as an example for the awning that is over the garage door entry, this is something that we see on Amelia Avenue. And one of the conversations that came up as you look on the side elevation is that they were asking, we have some different window sizes, and they were asking if it was something that is within the community already. So these were examples of how you see different size openings across on different houses so that we're keeping within the fabric that's already there. So we did simplify that as we went on because we got feedback that we had too many different styles. So the current design kind of minimized that too. I think there's 2 different window sizes on the plan. And then just to kind of help with some of the things we were looking at across the district, we kind of created this map to show where we saw some of these other elements throughout the neighborhood. There's a newer townhome development that's going in off of Oak East Street that has a very similar feel to what the design that we're proposing, which is on the lower left-hand side. And then some of the other elements are, the bump out. You can see on the left-hand side, on the upper left-hand side, that's an example on an existing house for the bump out in the dining room that we did. The yellow house on the right off of Jefferson is an all stucco building that is close to ours location as well. And then there is a current structure out there that has a mix of stucco and siding in there, which is the lower right-hand property. So we also wanted to show that as well. And then there was talk of the garages being attached and detached. So we wanted to kind of represent that within the community. There are structures that currently have garages that are included in the house. So it's not a typical thing, but it does happen within the district. So that's why we would like to keep the garages as part of the structure and not as a separate detached structure. So our lot is not as deep as some of the ones that do have it detached. So that was some of the difficulties with doing that. There's no allowances to kind of encroach into the rear setback for that, which I know came up with the Civic Association. So that was kind of some of our kind of difficulties there. So and that concludes the presentation. Do you guys have any? Does it go to comments, questions?
No, now we'll actually get our staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. As the applicant mentioned, they did make some changes from when the exhibit's deadline was held, and so some of the drawings you saw today were not reviewed by the staff. But I think generally, I don't believe the staff comments are going to change significantly. This staff does find this project inconsistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines. We do have several points to review. We began by asking for historic references for the scale, massing, and building form, the materials, trim, and details, entrances, and porch projections. We saw a presentation of perhaps options, which is atypical for this board. We need to be specific as to what their request is. The main objections deal with the scale and height found on page 43 through 45 of the Tampa Heights Design Guidelines. the massing and building form on pages 45 to 46, maintaining the materials in the district. This was kind of harking back to the various materials that were being introduced. And I think one important, when you're looking at a exhibit such as this one, is what is the context of the area and of the block, and not necessarily something that might be several blocks away. Trim and detail, the link between old and new, found on page 52. One key element that I wanted to note was that there's non-functional shutters on the front elevation at the third floor. That's an element which this board does not typically approve. We would suggest a redesign of the floor plan to eliminate that, particularly on the front elevation. Entrances and porch projections. Within the Tampa Heights design guidelines, there is a requirement that houses that are on a corner have wraparound porches that extend 50% of the street facade, so that would be along Central. So if there's a deviation to that is something that you need to discuss, because it does set a precedent. We did see photos of a number of other structures and what the details were, but we really didn't see any drawings to show the details, the dimensions, the proportions. As you know, at the end of the day, we're going to be looking to stamp building plans, so photographs are inadequate for that. One key objection that we had was the incorporated garage. As you know, historically garages are detached. Although I didn't have the ability to look at this particular exhibit, there was a previous one that was submitted that I did try to analyze a little bit. It's just going to take a second for the AMO to come on. Here we go. So this was, I guess, a more preliminary version of what they showed on the screen, and it had 6 structures. So I looked at those particular 6 structures as far as garages being engaged, and all the structures are non-contributing. The one in the upper left was built in 1959, the middle 1989, the lower one was in 2000 prior to the district being established. And then in the upper right, this was 1953, another 1953, and a 1954. So we do ask for historic references and locational relevance. They did mention the window sizes. That was a point, and the railing details, which they showed some inspirational photographs. We asked for a section through the porch. I'm not sure if they have that. They can show that in questions. I think, one of their exhibits that they showed kind of drives the point home about scale and massing, along Sparkman, where you have, relatively small scale single-family houses, and then you have, essentially introducing a development that has such significant lot coverage. Related to the integrated garage, this is their plan that kind of shows the garage integrated into the back. I wanted just to kind of show the last project of a 2-family residential dwelling that you reviewed, which was on Amelia. And if you recall, when that project came through, there was about 2 or 3 different versions that had continuous elevation with a 2-story enclosure with an incorporated garage. And by the time that got through the process and got approved, it was, a residential structure with detached garages. So that's been, very consistent request from the staff and how the board has applied the guidelines. In closing, we do have our list of materials. I think, materials are very important to the success of a project, and we didn't see a window sample. We didn't see really any blow-ups of details other than references through the presentation, so that may be a line of questioning that you want to consider as well. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Now we will move into our public comment portion. Do we have anyone here to speak for or against? All right, seeing none, I guess we will start now with our questions. Oh, sorry, we do.
Mr. Fernandez, may I please have the slide that you have the, and if you can turn on the machine, I'm not very good at technology, of the building, the main envelope, and then the houses coming down the way.
Could you go ahead and state your name for us? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, wow.
That takes a second.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary McCann. I live a couple of blocks up on North Central Avenue. We reviewed this project because we're your next applicants, and I was shocked when I saw it. I think it's the classic example of how to fill the building envelope. The palette list they have given you is all new materials. The scale alone, this does not meet the Tampa Heights design guidelines for scale, height, and width, nor does it meet the mass and building form. It is so different. The questions that you need to have on this sheet, yes, setback is important, but so is the mass of the buildings. Those houses represent, not that they need to be saved, but just so you know, they were built by TPI and the Junior League as Habitat for Humanity houses. I used to work on them back in my salad days. And they're fine, they're nicely detailed, but then to have this put in that is a mishmash of styles. When I was doing National Register nominations, I'd use the phrase an encyclopedic array of every detail around. It is so incongruous with the streetscape. Central Avenue is a prominent street, and to have no porch and no addressing to the side of it is just so foreign to what the Tampa Heights design guidelines have been written for and we expect to be enforced. And I hope that you appreciate, and I'm sure you do, how far off the mark these are on those criterias alone. And then detailing and trim is just, there aren't precedents. This isn't preservation. This is evolution following the capitalistic economy. And I hope that this is scaled way, way, way down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, staff, just reminding you, you do have a letter from the Tampa Heights Civic Association in your packets that will be entered into the record as public comment as well.
Okay. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak for or against? All right. Now we will start the question portion. We'll start on our right with Commissioner Myers tonight.
The drawings and this is for the agent, the drawings show porch railings of one kind and your photographs show porch railings of a second type. Which one is it? Is it the one from the photographs or the one from the drawings?
Can you restate?
It's the drawings show a porch railing of one sort, and the photographs show us railings of a different sort. So what kind is it? Same question for the brackets. We seem to be looking at two different details.
The drawings are what I would go off of.
Okay.
The photographs are similar.
I think if I can add, the intent of the photos, our drawings were intended, and I apologize, we didn't call out any specific details, but they were meant to be harking back to like an arts and crafts style home. We were following the townhomes that were on Oak Avenue as some of what was approved. But the intent was to make sure we got all the proper detailing with the window trims, the doors, all the brackets. That was the intent. They just didn't detail the actual profile of those. They were just trying to show you that some of these detailings already exist in the community.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Commissioner Prokop?
All right. Let me start. Could you restate the size, quantity of bedrooms and baths for each of these units, the exact square footage?
Sure. The exact square footage of each unit is 3,622, and there's 4 bedrooms and 3.5 baths.
What, I looked at the site plan, there's no dimensions of setbacks on the site plan. What's the setback from Central Avenue that you have drawn?
7 feet.
What type of shade trees could you conceivably plant within 7 feet that wouldn't disturb the structure of the house?
I'm not a landscape architect, so offhand, I don't know in relation to the requirements of the city code.
Okay.
I can't answer that exactly.
Was there any consideration to making the house narrower to save the existing trees?
Originally, we had looked at doing 3 units on this because you can put 3 units on this design, and making them possibly smaller units, trying to maximize the density of it. However, that design wasn't favorable, so we went a different direction with that, and kind of went with 2 units being favorable, but smaller than it is, no, we did not currently.
Okay. I mean, because townhouses and row houses can be certainly narrower than this. They don't need to be wide enough to have a 2-car garage width. And just because the setback says this is what the setback is, doesn't mean a building has to be built to the setback line. You, on one of the sheets, you also have the claim to be consistent with the setback of the adjacent properties, but that's just to the face of the porch. What's the setback to the face of the building proper? You don't have that information on this drawing.
No, I do not.
Okay. That's something that would be, that's more important than just where the front porch is, where the mass of the house is, especially a 3-story mass setback from the street. In that distance should be also compatible with the remainder of the neighborhood.
Just in relation to the porch, so it was, I believe it's in the design guidelines.
I'm sorry, who are you?
I apologize, sorry. My name is Justin Neiman. So in
Address,
relation to
please.
the porch, it's a 17-foot setback based on the adjacent properties. And that's in the design guidelines when it references porch structures, saying that they would all need to be in alignment with one another down the block.
I understand
to give
that.
a consistent kind of look across the board. But then as far as the front of the house, past that, the setback is 25 feet off the front.
Yours is.
Yes,
Your
yeah,
property.
I mean, for the property in general, it's a 25-foot setback to the front, and that's what ours is showing, yes, correctly.
Okay, and the rest of the houses on the street?
I don't have that.
Because we're
actual
looking for
information.
compatibility.
Sure.
Okay, all right. What's the maximum, do you know the maximum height of a property allowed in this for this property?
The max building height is 35 feet.
The max height is 35 feet.
That is correct. You are allowed for things to go over that max building height of 35 feet as long as it's an architectural feature that doesn't exceed a certain amount of square footage based on the roof size that you have, so.
Okay, so you've got basically 35 feet on the nose, and then projections to 39 feet 1, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
which those are allowed.
You mentioned the stucco detailing relating to adjacent apartments?
Correct.
Which apartments are you talking about? Those modern ones across
Right
Central
across
Avenue?
the street, yes.
Okay. Just for future reference, let me put it this way in a question, because this is a question and answer period. How is relating to a non-contributing structure and a non-historic structure and a completely non-contributing, a structure that has no historic value at all, how is relating to that adding to the compatibility of this property to a historic district?
Well, that is also why we provided the lap siding going all the way down, because we realized that was a concern for a lot of
So
people.
why is it still in the presentation?
We can remove it.
Yeah, I have an issue with the railing sunburst design also. It seems, I don't know, like really 1970s or 1980s. I'd rather see something sleek and modern that's of its time today. You also mentioned that you were maximizing density. Is that a goal to do in a historic district?
No, we're not actually maximizing the density. That was not the goal.
Those were words that were spoken in the presentation. I didn't say them. I just repeated them.
No, I said we looked at maximizing the density because you can actually have 3 units on this property.
Okay.
And we went and we looked at it, and it wasn't favorable, the feedback that we were getting, so then we scaled the project back to only be 2 units instead of the 3 that you can get on the property.
Okay. Why isn't there a wraparound porch on the ground floor? Or why isn't there a wraparound porch on Central Avenue?
It came to the kind of the setbacks. There's no allowance for that to go over, and I know we could have moved the building in.
Or changed the design?
Right. We could have adjusted the design to do that.
It's a design change. That's all it is a design change. Did you look at putting detached garages on the property? And as Dennis pointed out, Mr. Fernandez pointed out, that the precedent, the only precedents in the district for attached garages or garages as part of a residence are in non-contributing, non-historic structures like the apartment building across Central Avenue. And those aren't precedences that create compatibility with historic districts. Those are aberrations. And so for you to be compatible with aberrations, is that your goal?
So in relation to that, the project that Dennis brought up and a few of the other ones that were kind of given as examples are all lots that are about 130 to 180 foot deep. This lot, unfortunately, is only 100 foot deep, so it wouldn't really give that allowance to kind of have the separate structure there.
It gives it, would it give it allowance if your main structure was smaller? Have you not created your own problem by creating such a huge main residence that you can't put the garage detached? Because it can certainly be, could it be done in a 100-foot lot if the main unit was smaller?
Where there's a significantly smaller structure, I would imagine so.
Okay. I think those are my only questions at this time.
I see the AC units for the right unit. Do you also have a proposed location for the air conditioning units on the left side?
They're just going to be for those 2 units, or this. the units were all intended to be not on the central side, so they were all intended to be on the opposite
So
side.
both units will go on the right side of the whole structure?
Right, keeping the mechanical equipment away from central.
We got a lot of comments as far as the pedestrian experience, kind of walking down Central. So, that was kind of the idea with that, and then also, kind of moving backwards to the rear alley access of the garages. Not being forward facing out front, so that the pedestrian experience walking down the street is still similar to the other houses, and then also in regards to the garages on that bottom left, you'll see the retention of the one tree there that kind of obscure the structure from that garage having full visibility to the sidewalk and everything. So.
Yeah, I support them being on the other side. Do you have any reference to the heights of the buildings, like the neighboring buildings, their overall heights? So we see, you have in your document the setbacks of the front porches. Do you have any study on the heights of the adjacent buildings?
Offhand, we don't. Most of them are two-story houses, so that would be the only information I could provide about them.
Okay. And then was any consideration given to break down the massing on the north and east elevations?
I mean, we looked at, the porches kind of helped to break down the front of that from the north side. So that was how we kind of tried to address that, by breaking it down. We also looked at, possibly putting a terrace on top of that in the code. Given the footprint we were looking at, it didn't allow us to do that either, so we kind of stuck with the porch off of the front.
And I may have missed it, but did you, and it might be in, can you just run through the roof materials?
Of what they're going to be on
Just what the materials you're proposing and where, yeah.
We do have metal roofs on the small accents that are along Central. And then we have, then we have shingle for the top tower element. And then it would be like a modified bit for the main roof on the third level.
And do you have garage doors selected, or an inspiration image for your garage doors?
We do not.
Do you have materials selected for your porches? Like the flooring material and the ceiling material?
No.
And same thing for hardware and lighting, are those still just to be determined?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go through and just ask a few here that staff wanted. So on your windows, we did not see a sample window. What is the intent as far as the style window and the material type of window?
The intent was for them to be like a clad window, is what we have on there.
Aluminum or vinyl?
Aluminum.
Okay. With the 3/1, as we see in the drawing?
Correct.
Can you tell us on this drawing what size these windows are?
They're a 2.5 window. Most of them are 2.5 window.
How tall?
3 feet by 5 feet approximately.
On the front porch, they asked about the railing detail, but looking at the elevation at only 30 inches, was there any thought to eliminating the railing detail altogether?
We did look at it from that standpoint. We decided to keep it.
To me, it seems like it would lend itself to be a little more inviting if it was a little more open.
Okay.
I do realize we have a building code issue there, that if you go above the 30 inches, you have to deal with that, but it looks like you've kind of already accounted for that. So just an idea.
I think also just to touch on that, the houses that are next door both have the railings on the porches.
Okay.
They're all the same height. I think one of the comments was about keeping the porches all same as the setback, consistent height across the board. So we were kind of matching that and then matching the detailing by putting a railing on it as well.
And if the street already has precedent, thank you for sharing that. On your wall detail, could you go back to that and show us what your intent is as far as how you intend to have that window installed into that wall so we can see the depth? I just want to make sure. Are you looking to have this installed as a surface mounted, or are we, there we go.
So hopefully that you guys can see that well enough. But so these are installed in a CMU opening, so we're planning on bucking them out and then having them recessed, kind of like a typical JELWyn type window where it's aluminum cladded but has like a sill profile that makes it look like it was there for a while.
Okay, yeah, but it will, I just wanted to make sure it was going to be recessed back into the wall.
Yes. Yep.
On your metal roofing, what is the style of metal that you intend to use?
We haven't gone into that level of
Okay.
detail on selecting it.
You mentioned that you're going to be using pavers on your front sidewalk. You also have concrete in the rear. So has there been any scoring details made at this time?
Yeah, sorry, actually I can speak to that. So that concrete is actually kind of a misnomer in noting. So the drainage and stormwater retention note that is shown on the site plan, when we talked to the city about that, they mentioned needing to use pervious materials on the property in order to retain the water. So that driveway would probably end up being pavers as well in order to kind of suffice that.
Okay. When you showed us the attached garage pictures, did you realize that all those were non-contributing?
Yes, there is one that is contributing that I showed on there, but it is, I believe it's an apartment with, I think the ground floor is storage.
Can you show us that again?
Sure.
Just so-
This building that you see in the far is it is the only contributing structure on this map, and I believe there are apartments on the top floor, but they have garages on the lower level. There's a few of them along the side of this property. So.
I realize, as you know, a contractor in the industry, probably the why that we're seeing the massing that we're seeing on this lot, but would you agree that maximizing what one can do on a lot is not always the best design for the lot?
I can understand what you're saying. I think we were also looking for the best interests of our client as well. In terms of that is, it's not this, you're allowed to do certain things in the district as well. I guess I would also say in that manner that, if you're, why have that option if that's not something that you can do? Why put it out there? Why make it an option for people to look at? If you only want to see single family in certain locations, then maybe it should be looked at differently and not given that option to the clients who buy the properties.
The question is not regarding whether it's single or multifamily. I'm just speaking particularly to the actual massing. So when we look at the site plans, let me get mine in front of me so I can speak. It looks like the intent to match the front elevation was somewhat met. But then when you go to the rear and the sides, it doesn't seem to be in keeping with what we're seeing going down the street. So the question is, and you've already been asked it once, and I'm going to ask it again, was there ever a rendition made, a design made, that showed the actual structure smaller with a detached garage that was more in line with what we're seeing in the immediate area?
No, there was not.
Okay. While I'm looking, does anyone else have any other questions?
I mean, I just wanted to point out again, I just looked at the site plan again, and the property, the structure is a 3-story property from setback to setback. I mean, it's it. There's a little notch in the front elevation, and I asked earlier about maximizing density. That's the densest that can be possibly built on this property, is that not? Not necessarily per unit,
Correct.
how many units?
Yes, you would be correct.
But volume of structure, you've designed a building that hits, it goes over the height limits, correct?
With architectural elements, yes.
Yes, and it goes from setback line to setback line, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I've got two more questions. One is regarding these front windows on the 3rd floor that are closed with shutters.
Well, there's no windows.
Right. Do you have an option, or would your client be willing to listen to an option that would be windows in those 2 locations, or actually 4 locations, rather than these faux shutters?
Yes, I think they would.
The last question I've got is regarding massing again. I think that's the elephant in the room right now. And as a designer, would you agree that when you look at the lots in the immediate proximity of this and the proportion of the lot that is covered compared to the design that you've brought to the table tonight are disproportionate?
Yes, I would agree.
Thank you. That's all I have. Anyone else? All right, so we will close that portion, and now we will discuss amongst ourselves, amongst the commissioners.
Yeah, today, 5 minutes rebuttal for our
At this
question.
point?
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. You do get 5 minutes of rebuttal.
I have anything.
Yeah, I was just talking to Dennis. I think with I appreciate all the comments, are all valid and duly noted. So I think with your blessing, I think what we'd like to do is just ask for a continuance. Let's go back, address the things that you guys are talking about, and then come back and re-present. Because I already know where this is going.
Okay.
So I think it'd be better for us to ask for the continuance.
All right.
Would
Somebody?
we discuss the case before?
No.
They don't want to hear our comments.
No, they're asking for a continuance.
I understand.
Yeah. I move to continue ARC case 23-161 for the property at, continue, I have that open, sorry. For the property at 501 East Sparkman Avenue, to a future date. Dennis, do we have a future date available?
November the 6th.
To the November 6th public hearing at 5:30 PM.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes 4-0. We'll see you in a few months. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, moving on, we will have our photo essay presented for ARC 23-3, I'm sorry, ARC 23-390.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. The next agenda item is ARC 23-334. This is for the address of 2813 North Central Avenue. This is in the Tampa Heights Local Historic District. There is a non-contributing structure there currently that will be removed at the staff level. That is a function that the administration can do. The underlying zoning is RS 50 attached to this parcel. The request is for a certificate of appropriateness for new construction for a primary structure, a detached accessory structure with site improvements. Moving through the photo presentation. Just some reference points, you have Columbus Drive heading east and west, and you have Central Avenue going north and south. The subject site is highlighted in the green parcel and is also circled. In 1929, which the Sanborn represents, there was one structure that was there known as the Robles House, and that was the homestead for that whole side of Central Avenue from what was Michigan, which is Columbus Drive, to the north. Since then, you look at the current vicinity map. Once again, you have Columbus Drive to the south. You have Central Avenue, which the parcel faces. You still have a blank parcel and then the contributing structure that was there in 1929. It's currently still there and being rehabbed as we speak. And then as you go to the north, you see some infill fabric there of non-contributing structures, and this is one of those non-contributing structures. Looking at the subject site that's here, what's important to see here is the setback. As the presenters and the agents come forward, look at the consistency with setbacks along that block face of Central Avenue, and then look at elevation from grade, which will be part of the presentation moving forward. This is the current curb cut. If you look here, the curb cut as it intersects with Central Avenue, it terminates at the facade of the non-contributing structure. They looked at different scenarios, doing the curb cut in this location and then running it all the way back. There was some tree issues that Natural Resources called out. So the curb cut is going to be on the north side. This is on the south side. It'll be on the north side of the property. This is just looking at the subject site once again. This is the front facade and the south facade of the non-contributing structure. You see some of the trees in the background. And then looking at the new construction that was in front of this board that they approved. This is the abutting house to the south. Going back to the subject site, you see the canopy of the trees in the background. This is the front elevation. This is the north elevation. I spoke about the site receiving the vehicular access on the north side. The curbs are already depressed here. This is a grand tree, but it has no value. Natural Resources looked at it, and this tree can be removed. As you continue down this side of the parcel, once you get to that car and you look beyond, this is a generous site. The site dimensions are 80 in the front by 200 deep, approximately. So it's a very large parcel. So you're going to see the footprint of the house that's being designed and expressed this evening, but take it in consideration with the overall site proportions as well. And this is the subject site, this is the abutting structure to the north, another non-contributing structure. And just wanted to conclude with a couple of street shots. Central Avenue is a grand corridor. It has some of the largest homes in Tampa Heights on that corridor. You see the retainment of the historic bricks. You see the granite curbings and the lines of the street. This is looking to the north and just turning around to the south. These photos will be here if you need assistance as the presentation moves forward, and I'll be here to answer any questions as well. At this time, we will have the agent address the board.
Yeah. All right, good evening. I'm Gerald McCants. I'm the architect and agent for the client. The clients are here with me this evening. My project manager, Manuel, is handing out the presentation documents for all to review, and I will have a similar copy to put on the overhead screen here. That's it. A little different than one upstairs. Yep. Again, all right, thanks for allowing us to present this evening. This property does have a non-contributing structure on it, and the owner would like to demolish that and place a structure that we feel will be adding to the character and meet the guidelines of the Tampa Heights overlay. In going through the site plan, we designed the property here. It's actually a 2.5-story residence, shade here with a front porch, a rear porch, and then we're going to have an accessory structure in the back, and it all is conforming to the RS-50 setbacks for zoning. We are going to have a porte-cochere that's added to the north of the property that will encase the ribbons that will be attached to the new concrete apron to the north that was presented earlier. And then to the rear, we will have a paver driveway system that will work to allow parking for the 2+1 garage on the first floor with a accessory dwelling upstairs. In designing the width, we wanted to keep the massing and proportions consistent because this is a large lot, almost about 80 feet wide. We positioned the house as close to the center as possible within the setback, and then also adhering to the 40-foot yard setback that we actually did on the houses to the south that we had designed previously. That is listed, that's shown on the aerial here, where these two newer houses that were recently designed and recently built a few years ago. We're maintaining the same setback from the edge to the concrete granite curbing of North Central Avenue to the front of the house at 52.6, which we are maintaining to allow that visibility to be consistent along the front. The houses to the north are pushed further to the street, and they are, as noted before, non-contributing structures. The accessory structure is pushed to the rear, still within the setback, the 20-foot setback to the property line. We are keeping all the trees on the lot with the reduction of the two smaller trees in the back, and then the reduction of the tree in the front that was Natural Resources had stated as being diseased and able to be removed. The alignment and setback of the house and the porte-cochere, we feel, creates a nice harmony and balance consistent with the street frontage along Central Avenue. And then moving on to the photos within your packet. This This is a wide-angle view of the parcel here where the 2.5-story structure will sit. That will be in line with the other two houses that were built to the south. And then the Robles part, the Robles house is the larger house that's shown on the left corner here. For case studies, we had referenced houses in the area that would contribute to some of our overall design criteria. So far as the columns with the balcony over porch configuration, roof, and gable setbacks. The house across the street, kind of catty corner to the street. We're still looking to borrow some architectural references, referencing the siding and railing and columns configuration. We're referencing another property within the historic district, showing the columns with a base with a tapered column. We are proposing to use simulated divided lights in a 2/1 configuration, going back to the plans where you see the front of the house shows the simulated divided light with the 2/1 layout. Again, making sure we're keeping harmony and proportion and balance, symmetry to create an overall aesthetic that will be harmonious and be compliant with the overlay. And behind the window submittal is the type of window package we will provide in the permit drawings. And that's just the manufacturer detail and specifications of the window system that we'll be using, referencing. Detailing attachments. Again, this is a header attachment and a seal attachment. The garage, like I said, we have a 2-bay and a 1-bay garage. And that would be referencing the drawings would look and be designed in this manner where we will maintain sort of a one-car garage door and keep the hardware to replicate single car entry, either a single car or double car entry. But this will be the style and configuration with the handles located on the far edges of the panels. Here are some of the period fixtures that we are going to apply to the front and to the rear of the property. Wall sconces for lighting, mailbox along addressed to the facade of the house, and then door hardware to match the period and aesthetic, conforming to the type of house we want to design and meet the historic guidelines. We have a railing detail that will show our approach to recreate the wood railing pattern that would be seen from the street along the balcony. Our other materials are using hardy board. We're using trim, side trim, and then a lap configuration for hardy board siding. We are applying asphalt shingles to the roof system, and then to the underside of the overhang, we will have a vented soffit panel. Here are some elevations of the garage. This is the side elevation that's facing south that shows two man doors with the garage doors facing to the west. Here's the stairs approach to the balcony, enter into the accessory dwelling unit above. This is the east elevation of the accessory dwelling unit, which is the garage below, and the ADU above, with railing, with the stairwell. Again, this is the front elevation, west orientation, that'll be seen while standing Central Avenue looking towards the property. And going back to the primary residence, again, the front facade here, where we're keeping in line with our case studies I presented earlier, trying to maintain the harmony, unity, and balance and conformity with the columns, the taper column, and then keeping the same width of the top of the taper to continue the columns along the balcony with railing patterns, window trim, 201 light configuration, door with side light on the first floor, and using a gable configurations we see in other neighborhoods. We do have the porte cochere that will be to the north, and then there is about a 500 square foot studio space that is in the middle of the house. So from the street view, the 3D model kind of shows the actual gives kind of an idea of how that little half-story space would look. So the main structure will still be in line with the keeping it with the conformity of the other structures in the neighborhood. So I believe that's my presentation. So I'd like to close and be open for any questions.
We will now get our staff report.
All right. Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. There are 2 letters that were submitted. They're in the record in Acela, and they're also in your packets. I want to put that into the record as well. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines with the plans that we reviewed on August 23rd, 2023. There were some conditions attached to that review, and I'd like to go through those at this time. The first one is, with all applications that come forward, we have a team of city reviewers that look at the project through zoning, transportation, natural resources, to give input to see if it's consistent with our codes and the codes that are applicable to each department. Coming forward, there were no variances that were requested for this request this evening. The first one with natural resources, the original design that came in was in conflict with some of the trees that were on site, as the presenter stated, that there's only going to be 3 trees removed at this point. One of the grand trees in the backyard, there was a question that if they could move the accessory structure to the north to get out of the protective radius. So the accessory structure does impregnate the protective radius, but slightly, and then with a sand-based paver, that would be acceptable as presented in tonight's site plan that was shown. What is part of the discussion for all new construction coming forward is the setbacks. I believe that they showed some precedent along that street that they're consistent with, and also elevation from grade. I think that needs to be talked about as well. The structure has some width to it, so the elevation will complement the width of the structure. Moving to the balcony, it has a 2-story gallery. I took some pictures just quickly through Google Maps. You look at the scale of the building, you look at the vernacular of the building, and then the first and second floor galleries that it has. This is a period structure on Columbus Drive. This is new construction on Park. And then as you go to Jefferson, you see the 2-story volume, and you see the vernacular of the buildings that are consistent with or complements the structure that's being presented this evening. The next item on the staff report is the porte cochere. and to show some precedent. Once again, we wanted to show some precedent along the immediate vicinity, which these two on Central Avenue. These are period homes and contributing structures. As you look at new construction that was woven into the district and reviewed and approved by this board. This is on Columbus Drive. And then you have this one here on Amelia. And this was also reviewed on Jefferson. You look at these and they're engaged into the front facade and the porch with the structures in tow. I wanted to show through the Field Guide to American Homes that we use as well. Different variety of homes. This is a Queen Anne. You see down here that the porte-cochere is pushed back from the front facade. This here, Colonial Revival. You see the front facade here, and the porte-cochere is engaged into the body of the building, not necessarily in the front. And lastly, a Craftsman-style home. Give me a minute. Is here as well. You see the front facade, you see the porch, and then it has the porte-cochere that is pushed back and engages to the body of the home and has a bonus room up top. So there's different variety of engagement of the porte-cocheres and how it dies into the house. Moving to the dormers or the cross gable on the roof, there was some concerns that the original design jumped up. In this presentation today, they lowered it to be consistent with the main ridge. I still think there's additional discussion that needs to take place with the pitch of that roof. The hardy board was called out as smooth. I believe the attention to the details and the railing sections need to be addressed a little further this evening. Going to the accessory structure, they showed a 3-bay system. The single door should be broken up into a double door system with a heavy maul in the middle. It could operate as one overhead sectional door, but when it's closed, it should have that division, so it looks like 2 separate doors. And then to conclude on page 4 of your staff report, a complete material palette. He does have some sections. He went through it real quick this evening, but if he could go through multiple wall sections for the primary structure and the accessory structure. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now it's time for public comment. Do we have anyone that would like to speak for or against?
I could ask forbearance. The first speaker had the 2 children, and they're running late, and they were supposed to be here at 7, and they're not. And I was the 3rd speaker, Amy's the 4th, and David's, she's the 3rd and 4th. Yeah. And we get it. May I read his presentation and then do mine? Or do we just have to forget it? Because we have gone by subjects. And you did, it was in 3 minutes, but then is that total? I can't be, okay. Okay. Maybe they'll show up. Maybe they'll show up. Now, wait, if we could, do we want to put in a PowerPoint?
I can just do this. This is, yeah, we'll try to make
Well,
this
hold
as.
on, let me give you. You're going to get low tech now.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Lee. I live right across the street from this house. My biggest concern is the dormer going across the top. It makes the mass it makes it look like a 3-story house, which does not fit. These are all the houses around. None of them are as massive as this. And without that dormer going across, I think it would, I don't know. I don't build houses, so I don't know. But without the dormer going across that top, making it look like a 3-story house, I think it would be a beautiful house. You know, this is my house. These are the ones on the west side of the street. These are the ones next to the property we're discussing. So this shows along that same side of the street. This would be the new one, massively bigger than the ones on either side of it. So that's my biggest concern, is in having this become a precedent, changing the look of the neighborhood. I bought into the neighborhood 10 years ago because I love the character of the history of the neighborhood, and starting to put these new buildings in that don't match and don't belong in the neighborhood scares me, because there's other houses that could get torn down, and these massive new modern-ish looking. I know this doesn't look really modern, but so that's why I'm here today, is because I'm scared of what the future may bring if we keep going down the line of making exceptions. So, thank you.
Thank you.
He made it. Hello again, my name is Mary McCann, and we are here because we want this new house to be reflective of the Tampa Heights design guidelines. The criteria for massing and building form says that, and I'll start over again, sorry. The 2-story porches are incompatible with the criteria for massing and building form to adjacent historic buildings. It is permissible to use the massing and form in new construction of adjacent historic structures. We do not have alleys. These are the old long lots, and there are historic houses on the east property line bordering on the east of this lot. As you can see in the picture, they are, one is 1-story, one is 2-story, and they have 1-story porches. This is not where you want a 2-story porch. It just adds to the verticality of the house, as you know. Another misnomer, the balconies are not porches. And speaking to what we saw in the previous presentation, we do not use inaccuracies as precedents. A balcony is a platform put in front of a window or door, and it can be supported from the bottom. It is a porch when it is at the main entrance. Do not use that as the precedent. Nor should you use for the precedent the 2-story house on Amelia, a corner lot, where it too abuts single-story houses and should have been done in accordance with the design guidelines. Also on a corner, and you have no turns. As far as the myth about there are no 2-story porches on houses in Tampa Heights. The 2-story buildings that predominate, there are many of them, were built either as flats, we know them as duplexes today, or they were built as apartments. This is proved by the Sanborn maps. The ones that, some of them, like the one that Dennis showed, and this are rebuilds of older houses, older flats or apartments. They are not the precedent. as we feel very strongly, as you did too, that if you're going to use a precedent or a touchstone, it should meet the Tampa Heights design guidelines outright. It should be founded on an understanding of the historical development in the neighborhood and also its architectural history, and its development history, its architectural history, and also not be the product of a design guideline or grandfathered in. Another misnomer is this is a porte cochere. It is not. It is a carport. We do not have carports in Tampa Heights. A porte cochere definition, I don't like McAllister. I don't use her. But the definition of a porte cochere is a roof structure extending from the entrance of the building over an adjacent driveway and sheltering those getting in and out of cars. There are plenty in Tampa Heights if they want a porte cochere. Old houses, new houses, Dennis showed some, and down in the corner, you even have a fresh one. We need this project designed in accordance with the guidelines so that it will blend in. That's what they're for. Thank you.
I apologize. I missed out whenever there was a swearing in earlier. I had 2 little guests, which you guys probably thank me for not having them around for that long, but I don't know what the process is if you need to. Okay.
She'll swear you in.
Okay.
Is there anybody else in the room?
Yes, right here.
Yes.
She's with me, yeah.
I also need to
She
be
has it,
sworn
yeah.
in. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I swear.
Yeah, I swear.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. My name is Jason Seuss, and I live at 2811 North Central Avenue. My family and I moved to the Tampa Heights area back in 2020. One of the things that we love the most about it, we bought a new build one of the times, and a lot of the neighbors that are here with us today were here fighting back then to make sure that the historical code was maintained and represented. Thank God they did that. I can tell you we've been very pleased, and we feel it's our obligation now to make sure that the old and the new gets blended together. As researching this and going through the guidelines for the landscaping and emphasizes the development of new driveways and walkways be similar to the originals. Recently, I'm excited to report that the residents worked with city transportation and they agreed not to use the flare driveway. Instead, the driveway matching the original radial flare was approved. So we're very excited about that. As for the concrete elements you'll see here in the designs, they provide a strong visual link between the old and the new. We like to say it keeps the rhythm of the streetscape. When you're walking around with your family, your dogs, that's very, very important to us, that's maintained. So we want to make sure that happens, and we're looking to you all to ensure that happens for us and for future residents. As you can see in the picture on the right, 20-inch wide extreme flare. It's at an awkward angle, runners with 7-foot wide walk. It's not consistent with the THDG. Arresting intrusion disrupts the cityscape rhythm. So we want this to stop. As you can see, the original home here from 1967, the radial flare apron with the roll shoulders at 2813. That design, the THDG says the design of the replacement driveway should match, and this design was what was approved by the transportation for reuse. So as you can see here in the pictures below, and that's the existing curb cut right there. The other thing that we want to talk about are the 7-foot wide, if you look at the picture right here, 7-foot wide walkway, concrete steps with the step cheeks. The width of the walkway is too wide for the neighborhood pattern of old, older, and new walks. Masonry steps, particularly on new houses, generally and appropriately have step cheeks instead of wooden railing. The wooden railing are generally with wooden steps. So to conform with THDG, 2813 walks need to be narrower and conform to the 4 and 6 foot scored panels. As you can see, this is our home in the middle. That's the 5-foot width steep step cheek. Sorry, forgive me, I muted this. And then also you can see on the picture on the far right, the sidewalk in front of the 2813 lot. It's 4 feet by 5.5 feet long. Scored panels, they dominate. The same pattern needs to be used. Oh, sorry. All right. It needs to be used in order to keep the visual aesthetics and to keep the rhythm. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I was sworn in, but would you need me to provide my address again? 2811 North Central Avenue, Tampa, Florida.
And your name?
Linda Shaliani.
Thank you.
And may I begin?
You need her to spell that? Okay.
All right, thank you. I'm obviously also a resident of Tampa Heights. I have lived there for 3 years now, and I also live in a new build. And I love my house. I love how it looks. I love that it looks historic. And I am confident that one of the reasons that I love my house as much and raising my children there is because of precisely the voices and the work that has been done by many of my neighbors, some of whom are actually here today, in ensuring that it complies with the guidelines of this commission. So that's what I'm here to ask that you look at and consider today when you look at this proposal in front of you. I echo virtually all of the opinions that you've heard so far, and I don't have pictures for you. You've actually already seen my house. It was presented. But while I echo all the opinions that you have heard and all the sentiments, I'm just going to use my time to focus on the accessory structure that is proposed for the back of the main structure. And I worry that it is, one, excessively large. I mean, the entire house is enormous. It is larger than anything that is on my street, and I'm including the entire street here. The accessory structure specifically is larger than some actual homes, so main houses on my street, and I do worry about that, and I worry that any potential decision actually approving those plans would be completely contrary to what the guidelines are. And I worry, and I say that because the look of the accessory structure, I believe, is a radical departure from virtually all precedent. And when I say precedent, I mean precedent that's actually complied with the guidelines. I am asking you, like Ms. McMahon, to not rely on any alleged precedent that has completely violated those guidelines. I plead and I ask this commission to consider the guidelines when you consider your decision about this proposal today. Those guidelines are there for a reason. It is to keep Tampa Heights historic. I love that I live in a historic neighborhood. I love that I'm raising my family in one. I believe very strongly that maintaining and preserving the historical integrity of the neighborhood is not just culturally significant for obvious reasons. I'm not going to elaborate on those. I know you know them, but it maintains a sense of identity in the neighborhood, a sense of permanency, of historic integrity. And I think it's been well established by now that it also lends itself to a certain quality of life that I, for one, want to continue, as well as economic stability in the area. I think it's crucial. And that's why those guidelines are there, and that's why I plead with you to please consider them when you consider your decision today. And if you consider the historic guidelines, the proposal as it stands in front of you is simply not in accordance with them. So that's what I'm asking of you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. Thanks for having me. My name's David Breedy. My wife and I live in the property directly south, so 2811.5 North Central Avenue. I came here many years ago from Virginia. I actually lived in Fredericksburg, Virginia, lived in the historic district, bought a house in the historic district and kind of renovated that house. So I appreciate your task in actually being able to keep the consistency with local regulations, with character of the community, and the historic feel of where we're living. So thank you very much for the job that you're doing. I think consistency is the key word there, right? So consistency with guidelines, consistency with immediately surrounding properties and structures, and consistently with the historic feel. So when you look at three primary things in my view that kind of violate that consistency, first, the third floor of this building, which we'll call a dormer for argument's sake, I guess, but really that is completely inconsistent with the immediately surrounding housing and structure. Right, so getting a third story or what looks like a three-story house next to these two single-story houses just does not provide that consistency. In addition, you see the two-story porch there. Again, no consistency with what you see in the immediately surrounding area. And I think consistency is what you're looking for. And then the third primary issue, again, is this secondary structure, which in many cases would be big enough to be a primary structure on any one of the properties in the local area. It's a total of 1,500 square feet, is that secondary structure, which amounts to, when you put a garage with that secondary structure, it amounts to an adjoining garage in what could be a primary living residence. So a couple of things that I want to bring back up that were brought up earlier by all of the panel members, right, is what we're looking for. We're not looking for consistency with aberrations, right? We don't want consistency with any aberrations in the neighborhood. We're looking for compatibility with the immediately surrounding area, not properties that are blocks away. I think I heard that from one of the panel members. We want to make sure that we are in keeping with what you see going down the street, right? Not in keeping with what you may see from a bird's eye view of the entire area. And looking for consistency with lots in the immediate proximity of the property. Definitely not looking for consistency with a book showing houses that are nowhere near the property, so I'm not sure the relevance there. And then the last point that was made by folks on the board is maximizing what you can do on the lot is not necessarily the best thing that you can do for that lot. I'm pretty sure I heard that tonight previously. So again, what we're looking for is consistency with precedents, consistency with the character of the community, and consistency with the historical nature of the area. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Now we will, now that public comments are over, we will ask questions. Mr. Myers, you want to start on your end?
I have no questions at this time.
I've got a couple.
Sure.
What's the total square foot of the house and the square footage of the accessory structure?
The square footage of the accessory structure is 1,500 square feet. That includes the porch and the balcony and the stairs, so it's really about 1,200 square foot from wall to wall. The main primary residence is 3,200 square feet, and it's the same size as Robles house, which is 3 houses to the south. So even the facade is the same width as the Robles house. So we designed this house, we were keeping in precedent of what's been there and with size and proportion. The accessory structure in the rear, the second floor is 480 square feet. So it's reduced from the 3-car garage below.
Yeah, have you got, I mean, this building is, what's the overall width?
The overall width is 34 feet, which is the same width as.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
do we have any verification of that to staff? Do we have any verification that it's the same width?
He's providing that as testimony.
Okay.
I can show on the property appraiser if you want to show the map.
Okay, it's okay. We've heard some of the commentary that massing is a particular concern.
Mm-hmm.
The third story is a particular concern. Would you consider recessing any of the third floor gables or cross piece to recess them from the facade of the main volume?
Right.
To attempt
Step
to,
it back in.
just to
Right.
cut it back a little bit on
Yeah,
the
and
3 sides of that to, reduce the apparent mass? Would that be
Right.
possible?
And I'm sure, like, what, we've presented to other houses before with the community, so we're definitely willing to work with the neighbors to come with a median.
Okay.
So we've done that, and we're willing to work on some
As
tweaks.
far as the driveway and the site plan goes, the curb cut also
Right.
became an issue.
Right, and we're more than happy to deal with the curb. I am in agreement with the, maintaining the character of the entryways.
The design of the original driveway being moved to the north side, basically? No, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, we had to move it to the north, but we will not
I understand,
put
but the existing curb cut to the
Right.
south that's there, could we repeat that design?
Yes.
To the north?
Yeah, and that's just what we're required through in permitting, but as long as we're able to get the approval, we don't mind conforming to.
Proposing that?
Yeah.
Okay. The front sidewalk, I noticed, has been narrowed to 5 feet, but it has a central score in it. I think we can eliminate that central score. Are you amenable to
Yes, we can.
removing the center line score and making them basically, the 5 foot or 5 foot by 5 foot?
Right, yes, that's no problem.
You, on your site, on this photograph up here on the block, average setback diagram shows 52.6.
Right.
Is that to porches?
To the
or
front of the porch,
Okay.
to the edge of the.
Again, as I asked them earlier, is there a consistency of setback to the main volume? Not just to the porch facade? Because you can have different depths of porches and the main volume setbacks can differ from other houses.
Right.
Have
and
you
we're
done that comparison? Have you
Yeah,
compared?
because we designed the houses to the south, so we used that in designing this house to the north. So everything is consistent.
Okay. I had a question for staff. We have a photograph here that shows another house that's to the south of this is the subject property? That's another house? Is that a new house?
That is new construction that some of our public lives in, and this gentleman designed and got it approved.
Okay. Okay. But that went through this board?
Absolutely.
And was that board, I don't know how we asked this, did that board mandate that be a one-story house?
No, not at all. That's not part of our criteria.
Okay.
We're looking at the scale and massing to be consistent with structures within the district.
Right, so the
That's how-
proposer who came to that house basically wanted a one-story house?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the one to the south of that one is a two-story house.
Correct, I see that. All right. I think part of the, you can go to the Axon, to the model, 3D model. Would your client consider a not full second-story porch across that facade?
Well, I think.
Like a partial porch across the top of the second floor, to try to reduce a little bit of the mass.
Or removing.
I believe that what we provided, it meets the historic guidelines, the all 12 criteria.
I'm asking a question. Would your client consider reducing the
We
second floor
can have a
porch to
discussion,
partial?
but that really
Okay.
deviates from the design, which we feel is compatible.
And now when we go to the accessory structure, can we go to sheet A 2.2? I'll tell you what, you can say on that side elevation north, that is a very elegant mass and elevation of the property, of that structure, except that doesn't face the street.
Right.
Now you go to the front elevation that faces the street.
Right.
And it's honest to God, god awful.
With the garage.
Just to use a technical term.
Is
But,
that technical?
can you tell me why similar scale proportions and massing breakdown can't happen on this elevation as happens on this north elevation?
We're attempting to reduce the overall mass of the ADU by not having the first floor be the same square footage as the second floor. So there will be a step back for the ADU above. So that's something that, we can look at
That
trying
doesn't,
to reconfigure it.
is
but
that
it's-
shown on these drawings?
What's that?
There's no step back
Yes,
from the.
This is talking
yes,
about this.
that's the setback, is the second story on the ADU.
Oh, you're just talking about
Right.
the one.
The square
one-car
footage,
garage
right.
door is a one-story and the two-story is over
Yes,
here.
yeah.
But you understand my,
Yeah, I
I guess
understand
my
your
request is,
comment.
you know, the scale, the verticality, the proportions are
Right.
broken down so much better in the side elevation.
Right.
Can you do that to the west elevation?
Yes,
That's the elevation that everybody sees.
Right, and this
and
is a super deep lot.
The proportions and the scale and the massing breakdown of that mass is just
And
not elegant at all.
Right. And it is 880 feet from the front of the property. So
How much?
it's about 100 and, maybe 60 feet. Yeah. So
When you
it's not
drive-
something that's
when you drive down
immediately
neighborhoods,
noticeable where
when
you
you
can
drive
even
or walk
stand
down-
and walk.
When you drive down neighborhoods and you walk through neighborhoods,
Right.
as I know you do, and you look down through these people's porte cocheres and you look at what you're seeing,
Right.
and that's part of the elevation. What you
Yes.
see through the porte cochere is actually focused because you're looking through a porte cochere.
From a
So
distance.
that's what people's eyes are focused on.
But
I'd
you
rather
see the
have-
one-car garage, so the two portion will be behind the house, so technically you had to be on the lot.
I understand,
to
and
see.
that's
Yeah.
actually my point, is that why isn't the two-story portion and in a more elegant design
Move for you to
what you
see
see
it.
through the porte cochere? Is that a possibility?
We can look at flipping that. I think the stair access becomes an issue, so it's kind of a design thing that we can deal with to try to
I
work
understand,
around
I'm just
that.
asking if it's a possibility, because as it is right now,
Mhm.
it's, I want to see this.
Right, I understand.
That's what I want to see when I'm looking through, because
Mhm.
that's the typical kind of massing breakdown that you see with the garage door at the bottom
Sure.
and whatnot. I think we do have a problem with these garage door designs. We need to be presented with something, or do you have any further information on the garage doors that?
Just the sample image that we showed in the finished package.
Okay. The window massing on the front elevation of the accessory structure is also, the windows proportions and scale of the west elevation are so much worse than on the other elevations. Is there a reason why those windows are so small? Can they be redesigned? We're not asking for the floor plan of what's upstairs, but,
Right.
you know, it's unfortunate. They're not
The
properly
ratio
scaled.
is a little different, and we can tweak to make it a little narrower, but at the same depth, and that might give somewhat relevance to the primary structure.
What's the front porch made of on the main house? What's the flooring, what's that structure there? We don't have a section through that, do we?
Yes. This section is in the, it should be in the back of the drawing package that was.
Oh, that's the front porch, okay, there you go.
So you can see that's our wall section of the primary residence.
So it's actually, the porch is a slab on grade?
Yes.
That's drawn
That's
here.
correct.
Do you have identified anything about the ceiling material of the porch?
We usually provide like a beadboard ceiling on the other side.
Can that be called out here?
Yeah, we could easily put that in our construction documents.
All right, I don't think, oh, there's one other question. There's, you submitted a material of, I guess, the soffit of the
Yes.
overhangs?
Yes.
As a hardy, a ventilated
Perforated
hardy soffit?
Hardy soffit, yes.
Is that smooth or textured?
It's smooth, but the image is textured, but we're going with a smooth finish.
Okay.
But it's just a sample of how that perforated Bennett soffit will work.
I don't think I have any other questions at this time. Oh, I do have one. Where are the air conditioning units?
The air conditioning units.
On the site plan.
The air conditioning units.
They're not shown, but it's
Can we
something
provide
that's.
that on the, normally we do like a hedging around the, well, the AC is gonna be on the south?
Yeah, on the south, because
Right.
first it was on the north side, and
Right,
we
and
rotate
flipped it,
we
yeah.
flip the garage.
So we do a hedging like as a screen. And
Okay,
then
so
we
there's
put
somewhere
two-
on the south side with a hedging or a screen?
Right,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
they would be in the middle.
To not be public, okay. Also, while we're here, the carport paving, I see the
Right.
ribbons.
Yes.
Is there a reason the carport paving is a paver?
Well, we were using a paver system because it's kind of semi-permeable and it is it's allowable for us to install on top of a root system.
On top of a what?
Root system for trees.
Where's the root system
The
of?
protected tree radius.
Oh, that's back in the paver, that's in the driveway. I'm talking about in the carport itself.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's just decorative. That can be modified. We were just trying to.
I'm just asking why it's there.
symmetry. Yeah, it's just decorative.
Also, is there a reason the carport is so wide?
Just to allow passage of one car to go through.
I mean-
It's not, technically it's not wide. We're just using the ribbons and then the column base.
Okay,
And it's,
because it seems very wide. It does appear
It's-
very wide.
it's just wide enough for a car, so it's like maybe 18 feet, and then you've got, I mean, something like 18 feet, it's like about 10 feet with your column base, so it's not particularly wide. But we're using a 3-3-3 ribbon, green space ribbon configuration, so it's 9 feet plus. a
Is that
offset.
is that a standard dimension? Can I ask staff, is that a standard dimension, the 3-3-3?
10 feet.
Historically, the ribbons were 3 foot, one strip, 2 foot in the middle, and then 3 foot. Today's transportation technical standard, technical manual calls for 3-3-3. So we've adjusted that to accommodate that. Just to get into that drive aisle, usually the apron is a concrete apron. That's the material scored appropriately. You have your horizontal sidewalk that comes through. Then on the private property side, you start your ribbons. Your ribbons are scored every 5 foot as it comes into the property. You have your form, and then every 5 foot you score it. Under the porte-cochere, usually there's a solid pour because nothing grows underneath there. And then you can continue to the back. You have your ribbons, and then you have your private space in the back that you have your pavers. And in this situation, to accommodate the trees, so the tree has a long life, the pavers are requested through natural resources.
Yeah, I was thinking about the carport. I didn't know the 3-3-3 was a new standard, just because everybody's driving excursions or whatever, you know? Driving massive cars.
Well, the width, you know, is consistent with the steps that are there and then the dimensions of the ribbons themselves. So you have 9 foot, you have the steps that engage into that elevation because there's a door on that side to get in as you come through the porte-cochere.
Okay. All righty, I think that's it for me.
All right, Ms. Boyd.
There's been a lot of talk about the porte-cochere and then the two-story, and I wonder if what is making this look unusual is, well, two things. A porte-cochere does typically allow the owner coverage from getting out of the car to entering the house. And in this case, they're uncovered, whether they're entering the front or the side. And that is unusual. And then in elevation and in your rendering, I almost wonder if it's the change in ceiling height. Like, something just isn't quite
Were you talking about the front
fluid.
facade of the primary residence?
Yeah, where we get that second floor
Right.
porch or balcony, and then it drops
Right.
to the porte-cochere, and I understand why it's not high, but I'm wondering if that is causing that design conflict. But I would wonder if your client is open to either shifting the porte-cochere to align with the porch or back to cover his or her
Right, yeah, we did, it is.
pedestrian access.
It is set back,
It right now aligns with the primary structure.
No, it's set back away from
Oh, it
the
is?
structure, yeah, on the site plan. It
Well,
looks-
the
column
There might
looks to
have
be-
columns in the site plan and the rendering.
Yeah, so.
They don't agree. They don't align because there's no columns in the rendering and there are columns up against the house in the site plan.
Yeah, the rent is a masking, so,
Yeah.
you know, you're kind of looking at one thing and we're, of course, we're designing as we go, so there's certain things that's, you know, renderers aren't gonna give you exact look of what's gonna be constructed like the plans are. So the porte cochere is set back from the front porch. So if you wanna see it where it's set back further from the primary residence, we can do that, but that was, the intent is to have some type of coverage for the side entrance, for a roof overhang.
But it doesn't.
But it doesn't.
Right, that's our intention, so that's why we were trying to design it, but the overhang, the roof overhang, you know, doesn't really, it's like something that we need to work on trying to get that position so we can provide that covered entrance into the side. That's the reason why I put the side door there.
Yeah,
That was
okay,
our
because
intent.
the side elevation in the north, there's no coverage of that door.
Right. So that's something that we need to tweak to provide that.
Well, that would imply moving the porte cochere back.
Back further, yes.
Or maybe moving the pedestrian door?
Or maybe moving the entry door, but that's a plan issue and that.
Well, we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It could probably move, maybe.
Yeah.
And then the stairs to access that pedestrian door face the rear of the home?
Right,
Is it-
and that's,
Has it been considered to face the front of the?
right, that's tweaks that we need to
So
do.
that just, it kind of needs to be ironed out.
Right,
Alright,
yes.
So we're gonna. When you're ironing that out, if you have it already considered how you'll finish those stairs, if they'll be treated the same as the front entry steps, or if they'll have a different finish?
Yeah, we would like to keep it consistent, and like I'm in agreement with one of the speakers about the entrance into the main residence, and having the welcome walls with the sidewalks with the brick listing.
So will you be proposing welcome walls?
Yes, well, right now, we just have curved radius steps, but we can, when we do the welcome walls, it's kind of a permitting issue where it can be considered part of the main residence where we have to push the house further because it's kind of, the steps are kind of that ambiguity, even though the welcome wall is kind of corner, bookend the steps. So it's kind of a permitting issue that is kind of a conflict in what, you know, our intention is with building the house. So it's something that we can add, but then it would allow, and we would push the house back to the front of the welcome walls.
All right. I'm by no means asking you to push the house back, so you can figure that out. I don't think I have any additional questions.
Staff wanted you to go over your wall sections one more time.
Right.
I don't believe we've done that.
See, it's a overall front section of the primary residence, where our steps leading up to the slab on grade. We have our columns with the base being masonry, and then with a smaller masonry column with tapered framing up to the Capitol, and then we have our overhang for our balcony that'll be tapered as well. And then continue with wood framing that will be encased with siding, particle siding. The railing, again, here, we're keep matching from the porch to the balcony, 3 feet. The house will be all masonry, 2 levels, with pre-engineered roof framing system. We have our 5-inch hardy board lap siding, smooth finish, and also our hardy board perforated soffit. That'll be shown on the outlookers. Oh, sorry. Here's the hardy board soffit perforated. That'll be mounted on the side of the outlookers. Our hardy board siding, lap siding, smooth finish, asphalt shingles, permanent balcony. We have our typical window details, jamb head and seal. And then referencing the windows that we had presented earlier with the 201 simulated divided light style.
That window sill there, what material is that?
This shows a precast seal system, but we are going to use something to be more conforming with the storage standards. So this detail will be modified to fit our profile with a hardy siding that will have a drip edge on it. So it'll look more like what we presented in what I presented in the finish here. Here, this will be the seal with the drip edge and the kind of drip area. So we will modify that seal condition to conform with, would be more period set.
Okay. All right. I don't believe I saw any fencing on the site plan, but I just want to make sure that that just didn't go overlooked.
The fencing?
Was there any fencing at all?
There is existing fencing around the rear of the property, but we are not proposing any new fencing on the north or south.
All right, while you've got that up then, okay, go ahead and answer that then. So the fencing's there on the rear is what you're saying?
Right.
But that's existing?
Chain link, yes, it's existing, an existing chain link that's existing on the south.
And you don't plan to change that?
No.
Okay.
6-foot vinyl
So,
fence. 6-foot vinyl fence.
Did you show us a sample of the pavers you're planning to use?
no, I don't have a sample of that.
Okay. And then also on your, I believe I saw on your stem wall, you're planning to use brick veneer. I'm assuming that's a thin brick?
Yes, yeah, veneer, right.
Okay. And you don't have a sample of that either, I would
No, we
assume.
don't have a sample of that.
All right. My next couple of questions are going to go back to just this front elevation and the massing. For me personally, the front porch roof with then the gable and then this side gable going out the rear, they seem to be fighting each other. As I was listening to your presentation, just kind of going through my memory bank of historic homes that I've seen in the areas, and not just in Tampa Heights, but other places. And of course, I know we want to look at just Tampa Heights, but just trying to go through, first and foremost, was there any renderings done that increased the pitch of the roof that would enable you to nestle this third floor, if you want to call it that, up underneath that, running front to back potentially rather than side to side, which would then allow you to maybe have your 5-foot knee walls. I mean, not knowing what the third floor plan is for, it's a little difficult to know if it can or cannot be done, but it just seems like there could be an opportunity being overlooked here just by increasing the pitch of the roof, because if I remember right, the width was 34 feet. So if you increase that pitch even to I think it's a 6, so if you went to a 9 or even a
612, yeah, and yeah, because right now I think it's 30 feet, so if we pitch it, I know we have to be under 35 feet. So we're at
but you could
70.
vault that ceiling in that third level, potentially gain some square footage there, potentially gain the same square footage.
You probably have to build like a carriage truss or something where you're gonna have to manufacture a truss with the living space inside of it. I think that's the way you'll get head heights.
That's exactly how you would do it.
Or you stick build it.
Or you could stick build it.
Well, yeah.
But again, I'm not here to tell you how to build it. I'm asking, have there been other options looked at?
Right, yeah, I think when we were designing, we were looking at our stair core to go up first, second, and then with the studio, it's about 500 square feet. And that's on that 2.5 story.
So what's your length?
The length, it's about, 30 is about 8, it was 18.
No, the length of the house, from front to back.
The length of the house is like 55 feet, I believe.
So if we can get 10 feet, you got 500 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds about right.
And again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to design it. I'm just asking, have you looked at maybe, because what I heard from public comment was this secondary mass is what's throwing everybody's eyes off when we were talking about the primary structure. So if we look at other options, I mean, mentally, again, if you pulled that front gable all the way forward and eliminate that shed roof, there's another potential to totally change the look of the front facade. Again,
Break up the porch.
Right now, that secondary porch, I think, could lend itself to looking more in keeping with the neighborhood if it was maybe presented a different way. And what I've heard tonight is you're very flexible as far as working with and willing to listen and work with the neighborhood as well as the commission staff. So I'm kind of talking this through, just trying to see, I guess, how flexible you are.
Right.
Because again, I know that you've been given a directive by your client of, hey, I need this much square footage. I think the problem that most people are having with this is this third floor mass. And if we can figure out a way to disguise that.
Or even put it on the second floor elsewhere,
I think,
and not have a third story.
that, insetting from from north to south would probably be the best option to keep character and style and conform.
Especially if all it does is maybe throw that ridge a little higher. I did not check to see how high you were if you're fighting. So you've got some room there to stay within the building code requirements or zoning requirements. So I have to ask this question then on the accessory structure, because I tend to agree that the side elevation sure does lend itself a lot more presenting than the front elevation.
Right.
And the front elevation, unfortunately, for me, screams new construction. But I feel like maybe there's a way to, I don't know, maybe shift some things, or, you know, is there a requirement to have this third car garage? Could you get away with a two-car garage that was more in line with the porte-cochere? To make it look more like a cottage rather than this large mass that it currently is. I realize that from the street, you're not going to see a lot of it, and I can appreciate the intent.
You're gonna see all of it. You look just
But-
from visual angles, you can see all of it.
I do feel like,
Can we ask
I
a
mean,
question real quick?
Yeah, my name is Manuel Alparino. I work with Genmark Architecture. Seeing the front elevation of the ADU, from the view from the porte-cochere, you're gonna see just a single door, garage door, and a chair roof. But if the issue, I don't know, but if the issue is the massing and the view from the street, you're gonna see very, very few things from the street of that building. Because it's gonna be higher after, you know, yeah. So through the porte-cochere, you're gonna see just a simple one car garage with a chair roof. I don't know, my point.
I'll ask you another question. If you stand, let me ask you a question right now. If you stand at north of the curb cut, basically near the property line on the sidewalk, and you look back through the carport, what are you gonna see? What's your visual angle? What are you gonna see? No. You're at the north corner of your property on the sidewalk, looking back through the carport. What's the visual angle you're gonna see? You wanna draw a line from the north?
The adjacent house.
From here to.
Yeah, and the adjacent house, if I show that image.
Right.
The adjacent house is right here. So if you put it here, you're gonna see it.
No, on
You're
your
gonna
property.
see it through.
No, go to the site plan, please. Go to the west corner of the property and draw a line from that to the back corner of the main house, to the back corner of the main, no, the northeast corner of the main house, to that property line. Draw a line straight there.
Right, and the porte-cochere is gonna be here.
Right. So you're saying you're gonna position somebody here
You can see the entire accessory structure.
through here? Well, I mean, if I position somebody here, you can see it.
Because it's the public view.
Right. Understand.
I think the line of questioning for me is could there be a design that maybe just had a two-car garage rather than a three?
Right.
Because I think that, again, for me, is what's throwing the proportions off for that particular building. There was a lot of questions revolving around the design, and it sounded like you were very open to looking at those. And/or
Is there enough space to rotate them?
rotating it somehow. I mean, staff may actually jump on me for saying this, but is there a way to, rotate it in a way that the garage faces the side or side? Again, I'm kind of talking this through, but, or a mirror image to where the staircase, and it was a double garage in the stair, but then again, that throws the alignment from the porte-cochere. So it's a massing issue for me, and it sounds like there's a massing issue for several in the room.
And for me, yeah.
And this is again, it's a super deep lot, so we're only using about.
And I can appreciate the size of the lot in comparison to other lots, which is why I'm not asking too many questions about the mass of this primary structure and the accessory structure, because I do realize it is a larger lot, a much deeper lot. Like I said, my line of questioning on the primary structure was more of just trying to figure out a way to eliminate that cockpit or airplane model, if you will. And and possibly do something with some options on the front porch, just to give your client the square footage they're looking for, but yet make the home look smaller than it actually is. And there are ways to do that, as you know. But as far as the accessory structure goes, again, I get that the mindset is you won't see it, but I tend to agree that the pedestrians going up and down the street probably will see it. And right now what I'm seeing is, with a few changes, a primary structure that I walk by and go, that's a really nice looking place. And then I look through and go, wait a minute, this house was built 80 years ago, and this house was, or the accessory was built the last 10 years. Because it looks that drastic of a difference to me.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. We need to get into comments.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll talk more in discussion. I've got some ideas to talk amongst ourselves. Let me ask staff one last question before we go into discussion. As a board, and I don't know that we've ever done this since I've been on this board, but is there precedent for us to potentially approve primary structure without approving what's been submitted as the accessory structure? Is there a way for us to divide the two?
First of all, I would go into discussion to kind of see where it goes with your colleagues and see exactly what the intent is and the direction is. I believe the project needs to be approved in totality, primary structure and detached accessory structure as it moves forward.
I have an additional question.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. McCann, and this is a kind of a zoning question.
Okay.
Well, actually, it has to do with the size of the accessory dwelling unit. Is it currently maxed out?
No.
No. So, in fact, you could get a much more symmetrical
Right.
building if you just made the accessory dwelling unit larger.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
That's
right.
Because people are concerned about that. I have one other comment, and that's about, well, there's the carport, which is a great distance from the street, and it's on the ground, the surface treatment there, because the pavers allow it to be to absorb more water, and so that the surface, the soil underneath. So that seems to me to be a good thing. And then when you look through the carport, however, to me it is visually pleasing just in the site plan to have that third the third garage door line up with the carport.
Centered on it.
Yes, so centered on that, which seems like another good thing. But these are design considerations that are almost beyond our purview.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
No, I think that's a valid question, is why can't the accessory structure garage door be centered on the porte cochere?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
There's
great
no,
design
there-
company, yeah, that's something that.
there doesn't
Okay.
seem to be any kind of site restriction not allowing it.
As far as continuance or?
10 is now considered.
Is that all our questions?
I have no further questions.
I have no further questions.
You now have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, well, I do appreciate the community's input, because I agree with a lot of what they said. I do see where there's issues where some designs were picked and choose to fit their argument. I do feel that our design meets the 12 criteria that's stated within the design guidelines. And the design guidelines aren't made to create a uniformity, but to add some architectural variation and create a nice architectural diversity using those same period styles in the neighborhood. That's why they aren't as tight, where you don't have, say, a replicant of a design model that will create a maximum conformity. So a little bit of diversity is good. That allows us as architects to practice and create using those period elements in a different way that will still be harmonious. And that's what I believe that we did. We can still work with staff to create a better proportion and harmony, especially with that half story, but and welcome any feedback from the neighbors. But I feel that we're pretty much there, 90% there. So,
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, we will now discuss the case.
I mean, all in all, it's not horrible, but it's big, and there are volumetric problems. There are symmetrical problems. There's alignment problems. There's the garage proportioning in scale and mass. I think the front elevation could be broken up more volumetrically somehow. I think the third floor, cockpit idea is a little problematic. I mean, I think that I've got so many conditions of small things, not major things. But, I've got 10 issues right now that I've written down.
We get a lot of cases in front of us that, we submit to staff, or we approve, I should say, for a CA, that they in the future they'll work with staff on those designs.
Right, I understand.
They're typically.
But some of these.
But in regards to this one, I feel like there are probably, I feel like the project is headed the right direction. And I feel like from what I've heard, even though there's concerns from the neighborhood, that I have taken to heart and listened to, I'm sure you guys have as well. The designer is willing to work with those people to get to the finish line. I feel like we're I'm not sure we're 90%, but we're definitely not
Well, even if he
50
stated
or
we're
60%.
90%. Right, even if, as he stated, we're 90%, if we are 90%, but that 10%, I'm not sure we can leave that to staff.
I don't think it would be fair.
Right.
I don't think it would be fair. And I just think there's too many design issues here to hand that off.
Because we're asking, I mean, the conditions I wrote, I wrote a whole bunch of conditions, and I'm like, the conditions are all consider this, consider, and we have no control over it. Consider it. We can't dictate that, these things. But I don't think we can approve with this many consider conditions.
You have any feedback?
I would like to say that I feel that the front elevation is compatible with those buildings in the district. It is not consistent, perhaps, with the buildings on the street, but it is compatible with the buildings in the district. And it is our task to make it compatible with the district and not with the street.
No, both. It's our job to do both.
There's a great deal of variance on that street. However,
Please, no comments.
However, I concur that there may be a lot of items which we would like to see tightened up. And
I'm
so-
just not sure in this current presentation that even with conditions, we can approve. It's come ways, obviously, from where it was, and I see improvements, and I see an awful lot of effort and willingness to make modifications and make tweaks and make changes. But, you know, the Port Cochere location, and there's a whole bunch of things that are just troublesome. You in agreement?
Trying to push you.
we got stuff going, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Normally, the things, like I said, that we pass off to staff are material.
Are smaller things. They're accessories, they're
and
lighting
so-
fixtures, they're porch railing details.
Or
smaller
they're
things
more
like that.
specific requests, such as like more consistency in window sizes and sill heights.
For us to do it at this point, we would be redesigning potentially the project, and we can't do that. So
Correct, yeah.
you have something you want to?
Yes, I would like to have this time to state that we would like, I spoke with the owners, and they would like to request a continuance and work on the details and present again some of the items and get some more feedback so we can tighten up the design and show what we can do at the next hearing date.
Do we have an available date?
All right.
Move to grant a continuance in case ARC 23-334 for the property located at 2813 North Central Avenue to the November 8th public hearing at 5:30 p.m.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Thanks.
passes 4-0.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, moving on to case ARC 23-390.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm just a little eager. Can I go ahead and hand these out?
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. The next case is located in the Seminole Heights Local Historic District at 5302 North Central Avenue. It is a request for new construction of an addition to a primary structure along with site improvements.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have the Seminole Heights Historic District map for the subject property identified in the green box. It is located in the national and the local historic district. This is a photo of, or a 1929 sandboard map showing the subject property. It is located on the corner of Giddens and Central Avenue. Once again, the aerial, heavily treed, but you do see the proximity to Giddens and Central Avenue. This is the front of the structure. It is a contributing structure. You notice there is a low knee wall around a portion of the site. This is the north elevation. The front faces east. Right next door, this is the contributing structure that abuts to the north. Moving around to the Giddens elevation, you see the south elevation and a portion of the rear. More direct shot of the rear from the rear of the parcel. That's where the addition is going to be situated. This is the property across Giddens to the south. This is the view west along Giddens, and then turning around and looking back towards the east across Central. This is the view Central to the north, and then the opposite way to the south. And with that, the agent is going to present at this time.
Hi, my name is Alan Dobbs with Florida Design Studio, 5502 North Cherokee Avenue. It was great to see in those pictures, Dennis, Central Avenue opened. It's been closed for like 2 years, so, and it's also good to see this house because before the current owners purchased it, you could hardly see it because of the overgrowth. So the first thing they did is just basically cleared out all the trees and overgrowth. So as I mentioned, the property was recently purchased by a couple, a married couple, and they want to restore the house, but they also need some additional living area. The buildings and grounds, as you could see, were in pretty rough shape, and I'm going to start with just showing the survey, the existing survey, to kind of orient you to the property. You know what, I'm going to do this one. Hopefully it will fit. Because what I did was I took the Sanborn map, and these were the accessory buildings that were on the Sanborn map, but they're no longer there, and there's no evidence of them being there when we were clearing the lot. But the house, it has an inside front screen porch with an additional porch extension right here, and then wood steps with some brick welcome walls on either side. As you can see, we have pretty decent setbacks on the north and the south. The house has one main gable facing the front, and then it has a smaller gable, as you saw in the photos, on the rear. So basically, the existing house is a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, small kitchen, small utility room, and the utility room is that small addition. It looks like an addition on the survey off the back. So that part of the building is in pretty rough shape, but we're going to be able to restore that portion. The scope of the work for this project basically includes adding new living space in the attic. It has a pretty decent sized attic that you can stand up into. But we have a few things we're going to do to sort of maximize the ceiling height to make it more usable space. And one of those things is adding shed dormers to the side, which you'll see in the elevations. But we want to build out the attic too, so it kind of minimizes the footprint on how much we're expanding the building for the additional living area that my clients want. So as I said, it's 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, but we're going to be expanding it, create two bedrooms on the second floor with the bathroom, and then what was the bedroom on the second bedroom on the first floor, we're going to move that to the back, and then reconfigure the interior so we create more of so we can have a master suite, which is one of the most popular things to do with these old houses. And then obviously we need to incorporate a stair and then also a rear porch. So this is the proposed survey. So I'm going to just point out a few things on this. So there's an existing board-on-board fence right here, and then the adjacent property has a fence, wood fence that runs along this property. You can kind of see it indicated with this line here. That's all remaining. So no fencing is really within this the scope of the work and what we're doing. On the front elevation and the side street elevation, those are just going to be all restored. The windows will be refurbished. Some of the existing windows have sashes missing and things like that, which you'll see in the elevations. This sort of shows the main ridge, and then the dashed line is sort of the footprint of the living space on the second floor. And you can see how the shed dormers help get us more space in the middle. And then this is where it steps in on the back with, again, a gable, but lower than the main gable. There's a basement in this house. There's actually quite a few houses in Seminole Heights that have a basement. I worked on a house 2 doors to the north. She was here earlier. She had some transportation concerns, so I'm going to address those. Their house has a basement, but the basement kind of encroaches out into this area right here, so I'll talk about that a little bit. And then the addition here, we're doing a cross gable so that we have a smaller gable facing the side street, and it creates differentiation between the new and the existing. The rear porch, originally, we thought we would just take the massing of this and just extend it right out. But it was a little too simple, and there wasn't as much of a clear differentiation. And also, my client is really concerned about the budget. So what we decided was to do a simple shed roof off the back, and there's precedent for that in all the historic districts because it was a very simple way to build a porch. And then we have these like doubled up or triple columns on the porch, which is sort of a takeoff of what we have on the front porch. The air conditioning units, I know you'll always ask about that. We're going to have them over here, but they'll be concealed behind this fence right here. On the back for parking, these corner lots in Seminole Heights, the predominant pattern is to have the building here. My clients really wanted to do an accessory building, but the budget just doesn't allow it. So what we're going to do is do a square parking pad, which is basically the size of an accessory building, and it's set 10 foot from the property line with ribbon driveways, and then the flared concrete aprons. And again, accessing the property is the predominant, this way is the predominant pattern rather than accessing off the alley. So my client had concerns because this is probably one of the most used alleys in Seminole Heights because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 properties and they use it all the time. But I pointed out to her the visual, we'll meet all the visual sightline standards and stuff, but from the property line to the edge of the street is 15 feet, so she'll have no problems when she pulls out, being able to see either way on Gibbon. So she was okay with that, so she didn't stick around. So this shows the existing floor plan. It has quite a large room here. There was rumors that this might have been a trolley stop or something. It's very different as far as the layout on this house with the front here. This wasn't porch. This was always part of the original house. But the bedroom here is almost like a living room. And it has a fireplace, and the windows, original windows were here. They're not there now, but the frames are still in the wall. But the foundation of the fireplace is still there. So we're going to build back that fireplace. And that's going to become the master bedroom. And then this area right here and this bedroom right here become the master bath and closet area. We're going to keep all this untouched. And when you come in, there's currently an area right here. It's a strange area. We're going to turn it into an office. And then this area right here, to get stairs to the second floor, we have to shift this wall over. So we're going to shift this one over too so that they're balanced with this bump out here. And then over here, pretty much everything inside this is going to go away. There's a lot of structural damage here, which this wall is basically going to have to be rebuilt. But this outline shows you the limits of what we're adding. Basically, 16 foot by 32 feet conditioned living space that will have kitchen and living area, and then the porch off the back. So this is how the floor plan sort of lays out here. And then the dark walls are all the new walls. And then you can see how the stairs work. This hatched area right here is an area that had to be lowered for proper ceiling height and get the stairs to work, because as you all know, the geometry on stairs is very challenging. Because it's very specific, and sometimes we have spatial constraints, which we did here vertically and maintaining proper head clearance. These are the 2 original windows, and on the back side, since this wall is being rebuilt, we're just going to put in 1 single window. This is not really within the public domain. My client talked about maybe doing a deck here later or something. There's an existing door here that we're going to refurbish, so this could be like a pool bath or a yard bath that people can access from the outside. But this is the second bathroom, which you can access from the study or bedroom. and then you access the bedroom from this area through an antichambre instead of directly from the living. And then, of course, you have the great room in the back. That's what everybody wants these days. They're very functional. And so the kitchen at this end, living at this end, and then the porch steps in, and then we just have 3 openings across the back, as you can see, and then we have the columns which pick up on the columns on the front porch. On the second floor, it shows the how the second floor lays out. So you actually come up, and then there's a landing that's 2 steps below the main living area up here, and that's where the bathroom is. That has a shower. We really wanted to get some natural light in here. Initially, I had windows here, but then I realized, oh, they don't really fit very well there with this large gable roof on the back. So the skylights are on the north side of the house. Are not within the public realm, but they allow a lot of nice natural light. I did that with the project in Tampa Heights on Park, and the board was fine with it at the time because it's not, like I said, within the public realm. And then we just have the bedroom on this back side, and then what I'm calling the lounge, which is basically upstairs living. This is the existing fireplace that comes up through the center, and then you have the bedroom in the front with just a single window, which you will see in the elevations. The dormer, it's basically centered on the overall mass of the house. There's already asymmetry with this, but it works better functionally and also aesthetically, and with the massing to have the shed roof dormers centered over the overall length. But the face of the dormers are set back 6'6". There's a balancing of having it as far out as we could, but also not encroaching out too far, and we didn't want to interfere with this where this roof comes in and before it meets this wall. You can see the roof windows there, and then we have the same setback on this side, and then you can see the roof plan here. So this is the existing ridge, which will just continue out, and then you have the gable on either side, and then this shows the shed roof. This is basically where the roof ends now, and I know we typically want to step in, step out, or step up or down to kind of break off, differentiate new from existing. There just wasn't any way to do it without creating some sort of significant water problem by having a valley or something with this roof sloping down. So this was a very simple, straightforward way to deal with it, just by adding this part right here. And since it extends past, we end up having a little triangular gable end right there. I'm going to talk about just a couple elevations, and I'm going to go through some pictures so that y'all can kind of relate the pictures to the elevations. And then, so this is existing front elevation that you'll see in the pictures. It has square lattice that's in a frame that's set back from I show brick piers. The piers are brick, but they've all been either painted or have a light stucco coat on them. So we're proposing for the new piers to be thin brick, but we're going to go ahead and paint it so that it matches all the other brick on the property, including the fireplace, because it would just look odd if the fireplace was the natural red brick and everything else was painted. And then these are the original casement windows. All the sashes aren't there, but we're going to, enough of them are there that they can be replicated. And so really the only change on the front elevation that you see is you see the dormers, which are set back, the fireplace here, and then the window here. And that was one of the staff comments about reducing the size of that window, which I did look at that, but that's an egress window, so we're limited on size. I personally felt that it fit proportionally in there, but I did want to address that comment by the staff. So this massing here with the primary gable and shed dormers, there is precedent for it, and there's precedent just right down the street. This is the 5600 block of North Central, and as you can see how that works, we don't have the porch across the front, but it is a similar massing here. These are actually much further forward, which you can see, but it's very It's very similar. This is a project that I did back in 2004. Same thing, it was a house that looked like that in the front, roughly the same pitched roof. They wanted a much larger dormer, and it was set further to the back. This is the front of the house here. And, that was the floor plan, the way it got laid out. They had a lot of kids, so that's what we're trying to do, is incorporate a lot of bedrooms. But I'm just showing you how using shed dormers in this form is a way to capture space, but sort of keep the overall massing and form, the integrity of the overall massing and form of the building. As you can see from the front, it's basically the same thing that we're doing here. Oh, the rear elevation, sorry. So the rear elevation, this is a very unique door. I have pictures of it. We're going to restore it. It was very interesting on the back side of that door. There was a bee's nest. The entire door was a bee's nest on the back side. This whole area is in really bad shape. So, this is basically where the addition is going to be. So what we'll see is, this is the addition of conditioned space, and then it's stepped in for the roof for the porch with the double columns and then a single column in the middle. It has it's concrete because it's on the west side of the house. It doesn't make sense to do it in wood, so it will be concrete with the broom finish. And again, the brick will be thin brick, and it will be painted to match all the other brick on the house. Oh, sorry. One other detail. I think staff report was asking about the lattice here. It's basically just the square lattice that matches the square lattice elsewhere. But the way we do that when we do an unvented attic, we just do like hardy panel, paint it black, and then put white painted lattice on it, and it looks great. So this is the side street elevation. This door right here goes into some weird steps that go up into the house, but this is going to be, as you can see in this elevation where the stair is going to be. Again, these windows are going to be restored. This side is actually in pretty good shape considering it's the south elevation. And then the dormer up here, you see we have 3 windows. And the configuration of the windows, they're awning windows, but they're proportioned so that the light pattern is similar to the casement windows down here. One thing to note too, when you look at the photographs that I'll be showing, is most of the house does not have corner boards, and that was very common on a lot of the craftsman style houses in Seminole Heights. These windows, as I mentioned, are going to stay there. This is where the basement is. The area actually steps out. I'll go back to the floor plan to remind you guys. It's this area right here just bumps out, so we're just going to put a small little roof over it, and that's what you're seeing right here. But then we figured might as well do a couple windows there, and then the sill of the window will be the cap for the brick, and we'll do brick down there at the bottom. And then this gable is a little bit different than the main gable. We're still doing the board and batten on the gable, but we're doing just simple single hung or double hung windows, and then we're introducing corner boards on this. Again, that sort of helps differentiate it from this. And then you can see how the side of the shed the porch works, and we're still picking up on the same sort of gable in treatment with the board. This is the north elevation, and these windows actually aren't here right now. I should have put those in, but the foundation of the fireplace is there. So we're going to put those windows back, and then do the fireplace, which will look like that. Again, this is the same as the other side. These are the roof windows. They'll be venting. And then these are aluminum windows. We're going to do away with those. They're not original. I couldn't figure out where the original openings were. This was the corner where that big bee's nest was, so we're gonna come back. This is the master bath, and then this is the other bathroom, so we're just doing the casement windows. And by the way, note this band. You know, Frank Lloyd Wright talked a lot about regulating lines. We have this on this house that goes all the way around. It's consistent, and they also did it on the interior, which is kind of interesting. So we want to definitely maintain that. And then this gable is similar to the other side. There's the large window for egress from that study, which could be a bedroom. And then the porch is basically, looks the same, this side. I'm going to go through my photos of details before I go through the sections. I don't have a timer. Am I good on how much?
Yes, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm good. Okay. So, this is the board on board.
Slide it down.
Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So this is the board on board fence that I was talking about. It's actually in pretty good shape. This is the neighbor's fence right here. Actually, because the unfinished site's on the inside, maybe it's our fence. But anyways, that is all just going to remain. This is where the windows were covered up on this side. These somehow got out of order. Oh, I see. Okay, this is the one that was supposed to be first. So this is shows the house and that band that goes all the way around. This shows the fence, and it does have the front yard fence, which is not allowed generally in Seminole Heights. But my client really wants to keep it because she has a small dog. So we're very careful to tell the people that we're removing the trees to not touch it. So it's not going to be touched other than just painting it. So one of the other things I talked about was this is where the basement is. This sticks out like about 3 feet. And it has a window here, but we're going to go back and do 2 windows to kind of match these 2 existing windows. With the stair, this is going to go away, and the window here is going to go away. But note also on here, you know, it's a 2x6 rafter tails, but then it has a larger 2x8 barge rafter on all the gables. You can start to see some of the lattice there. These are the windows on the north side that I talked about, and you can see how bad the north side is. So those are going to go away. This is one of the existing windows to the kitchen. They're just casement windows, and again, those are going to be restored. There's that's part of the front windows. And then also notice, so this is the regulating line, or the band that goes all the way around the house, but also they have a band here with the drip cap that provides a transition element from the siding to the board and batten on the gable. And you can see this better, a little better in context here. And then here you can see the lattice. We're just going to replicate this kind of lattice. You can see that the brick is painted everywhere. Although here it has a little parch coat of stucco on it, and you can begin to see the columns at the front porch there. This is the north side. You can see a little bit where the foundation of the fireplace was. The front porch is screened, but you can see a little bit better the relationship of the foundation lattice to the pier, this band, this consistent lack of corner boards, and then the screen porch, and then this is the right way to screen it, a porch. Then on the roof rafter details, you know, it's pretty consistent on the gables. They have a knee brace, but you can see this one was removed, but there's evidence of it being there. We have the barge rafter, and then we're going to have a drip. A drip always seems to get missed by builders. I don't know why, but that's an important part of keeping water off the barge rafter. And then the common rafters, you can kind of see beyond there. And then there's a bead board on the soffit. This is my public service announcement I do whenever I talk about rafter tails. This is the biggest no-no, is to have your drip right up on your rafter tail. In a year, this rafter tail will be rotten and maybe 2 or 3 inches of the end of the rafter gone.
Much appreciated.
This is, again, this shows the corner in a little bit more detail. You can kind of pick up on the soffit there. This shows the front porch with the painted brick, the base for the brick, which is actually like a poured concrete cap. So that's kind of similar to the concrete deck for the porch, and then we have the column. And then note the beam here has like a 2x8 horizontal that steps out a little bit from here, so we're picking up on that kind of detail on the porch. And also the overhang's a little bit less on the front porch. This is another view of the south side. It looks like there should be a window there, doesn't it? We can't tell from the interior if there's ever a window there, so we're not proposing any windows there. I talked about regulating lines. I know this board looks at things on the outside, but I wanted to point this out because all the trim and even the beam, the coffered beam at the ceiling, it's the same trim. And this was replaced, but there's evidence that it went all the way around the room. And then this was just another detail. I'm just showing it because, again, we're keeping with that on the outside. And you can see that band in the bedroom, and you can see it a little bit better. Here, these are those two windows that I talked about. So that band is the head casing for all the openings on the ground floor. And then I actually opened that up myself. This one had already been opened. And then inside, you can see the back of the siding. The frame is pretty much intact. The hook for holding the window open is still there. I wish it would have been a little more detail. The back door that I was talking about, you can see the design of the door. It's kind of a unique door. The same door was on the other door to the back of the house, but it was cut in half, and they got rid of it. And then you can see this is traditional construction. This brick here wasn't painted, but it's the only one. But you can see the traditional beam and joist. This is where every house has their story, so I thought that was kind of interesting because the contractor called me and said, when they were clearing this room out, they're like, oh, we got a big bee's nest. So this was like 5 inches by the entire thing. It was all bees, but you can see the inside of that door. And then, so I might as well go through some of the materials too. So when I'm talking about doors, we have exterior French doors, and this door I've used on just about all my projects when my clients want a clear sash door. It's not a wood door because, you know, when you have this type of door in wood, it's not going to hold up. The nice thing about this, it has a nice molding around it, which is typical of the historic exterior doors. It has a fine wood grain, which doesn't really pick up in that picture. And then dark bronze hardware for the door, something a little more contemporary, but it's on the back of the house. Dimensional asphalt shingle, and then lighting. Lighting is such a personal kind of thing, but simple craftsman type lights like this are typically what I kind of recommend my clients to use. But certainly anything that we use will get approval of the staff before installing it. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish up with the sections and the details. So this is probably the most important section as far as understanding how we're building out inside the attic. As I mentioned before, the stair was critical. We looked at different locations for the stair, but in plan this was the most logical choice based on a whole lot of things. But we can only go up so many steps before we run into a problem with headroom. And so 3 feet from this newel post, we're 6'8", so we can turn and start going up the steps. And then this is the 6'8" that's from the leading edge of the treads. So you can see how that goes. But if we kept going up all the way to this line, which is the line of the new floor, we would be hitting this would be less than what's allowed by code. So what we did is we did like a stair landing, and then we go up a couple steps to the second floor. So this little shaded area right here, that's the original ceiling joist, which, believe it or not, are only 2x4s, and they span like 14 15 feet, which is crazy. That's why the living room has such a big belly and ceiling. But to get the new joist in, we're raising this a little bit, and we're also lowering it a little bit. So we're going to notch the joist in the bottom. And so we're going to have to lower the ceiling a little bit to get the structure that we need to make that span. These are the little windows. I don't think I mentioned them in the elevation, but we really wanted to get some natural light into the back of the house. So these are just small, high casement windows, but you can see how the roof window works with the bathroom there. And then we have a decent amount of like attic space here where we can have the air conditioning unit. And then down below here, this is all the shaded areas, the original structure. This is the original center load-bearing wall, which gets reduced in height. And this 8-foot ceiling here is that green hatched area I showed you in the floor plan. And then there's that door that had the bee's nest. That becomes the door to the bathroom, and then that's the powder bath. And you can also see that I kind of pick up on that same detail, continuous head casing or band that runs around the house. So this sort of established the floor heights and stair, make sure that the stair work. Couple other sections. The dormer, actually let me go to this one too. So this is the front bedroom. So you can see this is going to be at least 4'8" when it's 12 foot wide. And then you see the window in relationship to that, and then we're going to have some sort of ridge beam there. This shows a little more clearly what we're doing. That shaded area is the, it is pretty clear on the TV, is the existing 2x4 joist, so we're going up and down, and then the existing load-bearing walls. And then at the shed dormer, that was real tricky because we had minimum 7-foot ceiling height, and we didn't want to go above the ridge. So I was able to work it out with the 2 and 12 pitched, and we'll do spray foam insulation there, and then we'll have 2x4 ceiling joists so that we get a 7-foot ceiling height, and then we'll maximize the height of the window to not conflict with the roof. So that's all the sort of the second floor. This is a section that cuts through the rear porch in the center of the house, looking to the south. So I have this blown up. But you can see the porch is concrete slope, and then this is all fill. We have a square sitting rail, and then we have a V-groove wood ceiling, and then the lower pitched, I think it's 4 and 12 for the porch roof that goes and dives into this roof. One of the things I didn't mention is actually, let me go back to the elevation.
Time is up.
What?
Time is up.
Ooh. Okay, can I have 30 seconds? Oh, okay. Well, you know what, I can answer this in questions, but this just is the existing attic, and then the other area of the second floor addition. So, okay, since I'm out of time, I'll conclude my presentation, and I do have my wall sections here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll now listen to our staff report.
He's behind you.
Sorry.
Sneaking up behind you.
Good evening, Commissioners. The staff does find this application consistent with the Seminole Heights Design Guidelines. I believe the applicant touched on most of the points that we had put into the staff report. He perhaps could talk a little bit about the delineation between old and new. I think he talked a little bit about it, but perhaps to emphasize that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone with public comment?
I wouldn't dare.
We'll move on.
That's our motion.
We'll move into questions. We'll start with Mr. Prokop.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
why not?
I don't have too many questions. It's a very thorough, detailed presentation. Thank you very much. The addition is 32 feet wide. The main structure is how wide? There aren't any dimensions on it.
Yeah, it's right here. Right here. It's 33 feet.
So it's 33 feet. So the addition is 1 foot less.
Yeah, and you can see, that might be a little bit of a rounding error, but you can see that it does.
It
not-
does, no,
it does step
I
back
noticed
just a
it
little
did,
bit.
I just want to make sure
Okay.
that the dimensions agree with
Sure.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any access to the basement?
Not yet. There is right now, and so
And
that's.
that's that door, that weird door
There's a
grate?
closet door,
Okay.
which I can show you real quick on the building section, where we were thinking about having stairs. That was on this section right here. This is where the stairs go up. This is a closet door right here, so we're thinking that we could go through that door.
Okay.
And get down.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that the staff had the concern about the size of the window and the gable on the front elevation. That's the drop dead minimum size it can be? It's a single hung?
Yeah, I have a little bit more information I can provide on that to sort of explain why it's that size, because the size also has to work with the spacing of the batten strips. So, I didn't really understand the concern, but anyway, so what you can see here is if the window is, why is that not?
The other direction, focus.
Oh, I was zooming in too much. Okay, try that. Yeah, so what you can see is if the window, right now, the casing works out with where this batten strip is, so if this window moves in, you'll have this batten strip.
A little piece of it.
Coming, yeah, and that would look odd. And so that's why I'm proposing to keep it the dimension that it is.
Can it be any shorter?
Excuse me?
Can it be any shorter? Less
It can
tall?
be shorter, but the proportions of the lights, I wanted to keep them square. And also, with these historic homes, the windows tend to be more vertically proportioned. So if we shortened it, it becomes more squatty, and I don't think that would look appropriate.
But if it went squatty, if it got a little more squatty, it would match the proportion, almost precisely to the jalousie or awning windows below.
Actually, it wouldn't, because the little squares in the divided lights, those would become horizontal rectangles.
And they're not horizontal rectangles now?
No, they're
The
pretty
awnings?
close to being square, yeah.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was kind of like splitting hairs, and I just felt like I kind of, I know Elaine had brought up that concern.
Yeah.
And I did, you can actually get a 34-inch window, but you have to have that 5.7 square feet. So if you make it narrower and you make it shorter, then you're not going to be able to have that 5.7.
I think we're less concerned with the width than the height.
Did you look at a casement option?
Well, I mean, we could do.
I know it's an oddity, but
it's not. Yeah.
A 36-inch casement is, to me, it's not a very practical casement window because it's so wide. Double hung or single hung windows, they're 50% open.
Right.
And also, all originals are casement. So I thought by doing one like this, we're sort of differentiating new from existing.
Just one, from a casement standpoint, if you now have a window that opens in full, or
it could be smaller.
It could be smaller, but you could still get your square simulated divided light there.
I guess I don't understand, why it has to be so particular. I feel like I've justified why it's that size, and I feel like it's just a judgment call on the size and the proportions of it, and I don't know if the design guidelines are intended.
And
to be
I
that
think you've made your argument.
Okay.
Did you save the bees?
I think they did have a bee person come in. Yeah, because I think with the honey and all that kind of stuff, you have to be real careful.
You got to do everything you can for the bees these days.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions.
Go ahead.
You have a question?
Mr. Dobbs, the new spaces that you are creating in those in the bedrooms, the clear height is only 7 feet, and you did that in order to maintain the peak on the roof. Right?
I did it for, there's actually, as you know, in architecture, there's always multiple things.
Mhm.
So it was, yeah, to not go above the ridge, maximize the height, well, have minimum code height for the ceiling, but maximize ceiling height on the first floor, because on the first floor, we're going from about a 9'5" ceiling to a 9-foot ceiling. So we're lowering the ceiling 5 inches, and I really didn't want to go less than 9 feet.
Mhm.
So it was kind of like a little logic puzzle, getting all the pieces to sort of balance out. So,
And in the imperfect world of adding space under a roof, it would seem to me like maintaining that ridge at the same level maybe is not so necessary. I'm only commenting here.
right.
But I also feel like you've well supported your reason for having the big window in the front, and that's just fine.
Sorry if I overdid that.
We have a tendency to overdo as well, so that's fine. But I would really think about that, because how far back does that roof start?
Well,
the new.
If you're talking about here, it's about 6.5 feet from here to here.
Right. Longitudinally, how far from the front of the house does that?
Oh, it's, I actually have that. I wrote that on the roof plan, I think. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it's right here. It is, let me zoom this out.
Oh, it's 13 feet.
13 feet 9.
I like it the way it is.
I'm glad you do.
So-
But it also creates a 7-foot
Yeah.
high
One of
habitable
the other
space.
things I would like to say in response to 7 feet
Mhm.
is I had a house that my wife and I lived in for 27 years on Swanee, and the garage apartment behind us had 6'10" ceilings. And there was a 6'2" guy that lived there for 8 years. And it was cozy. It didn't feel uncomfortable, it was just cozy.
Mhm.
And I feel like, ceiling height is a proportion to the size of the space. So I felt like 7 feet is actually, will be a comfortable, cozy dimension, because also that front bedroom, obviously you have the slope ceiling, it gets higher, but also the space does get taller at the stair, because we have that stair landing,
Mhm.
when you get to the top of the stairs, so.
Okay, so they have relief once they.
Yeah, this drawing right here shows that this is the main second floor,
Mhm.
and then it sort of steps down, and so it's 8'3" here.
Mhm. Oh, so they have the stair landing and then the stair loft, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you know the height of the basement, the little basement roof on the south elevation?
Yeah, it's less than 7 feet.
It's really
But
small.
I'm 6'2", and I can stand up in there comfortably, so if I had to guess, it's probably about 6'8".
From the outside on the south elevation, though,
Yeah.
where is that roof hitting?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to confess that on that elevation, I should have had a section through that, but I didn't, but I just kind of, to be honest, ran out of time. But this here, I'll show you. So this is where it is in
Mhm.
plan. It basically goes, it's about this area right here, how big it is. So, so it's something to stay on. We just figured it's a very unique feature. These houses have all their idiosyncrasies, so we thought if we could somehow keep that.
No, I think it's really interesting. I'm more just concerned from the exterior about the little.
Oh, the little windows?
Roof and the
Yeah.
little roof that you're adding.
Yeah. Well, there is a little bit of an
So
incorrect
little.
thing here. I think this roof
Like-
is actually a little bit lower.
As low as short as I am.
It's
It does look like, you have hermits living in there.
Well, it's a little, normally with a basement, what we see is windows that actually go below grade, so then you have a well kind of window situation rather than this window that's just kind of popped up. I understand wanting the natural light into the basement though, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay. That's to be honest, I didn't think about doing a well, like a light well, but that is a really good idea. So if the board would be okay with that, I'd like to have the opportunity to work that out with staff, possibly.
I wanted to clarify what they're writing. On the plans, all of your brick, including the fireplace, look to be, or chimney, look to be thin brick? Is that the plan? It's gonna be thin brick over wood frame or masonry?
Everything new that we're doing is going to be thin brick because, as you all know, that is real brick. It's just thin, and once it goes in, it looks exactly the same. You can't achieve that unique character and modeling doing it with stucco. And I know this board specifically doesn't allow stucco, so it's all thin brick.
Okay.
But it's all painted.
Yeah, because all the other brick is painted on the house, unfortunately.
Not blue.
Excuse me?
Not blue.
Doesn't matter.
That's not
Oh,
within
blue,
our,
yes.
that's not within our
No.
purview there.
Yeah. We might not do the black windows either.
I don't have any further questions, I don't believe. Does anyone else have any?
I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
So you've got 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I think we addressed everything, so I'll waive that.
Okay. All right. Well, who wants to go first in discussion?
Can we talk about the window, the large window on the front?
The big window?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the gable? Yeah.
I think sometimes we have to allow the architect to make the decision. In this case, it works with the patterning of the battens.
And the other.
I'm not, it's the height. It's the height because it's the same, this gable is the same height as when this space was not inhabited. And it doesn't look like it should be inhabited. It's got a 7-foot ceiling height. And the window is like big, like a
To me,
normal.
the window looks odd, but I understand why he has to have it. I
I'm
actually was
not
trying to
saying
figure out the
eliminate it.
floor.
I just think it's too
Well,
tall.
in the floor plan, I was trying to figure out how he could maybe bring those shed roofs forward to grab that bedroom that he's trying to create that egress for. I'm not sure you can. So I'm kind of caught in the middle between you two.
I think it's one of those idiosyncrasies that.
It looks too tall.
It looks too tall.
And if it gets any smaller, then the opening, the divided proportions change, and then that looks odd. And then if it gets smaller, you take out a whole, you make it 3 squares tall, then it's too small. Or you can't make it 3 squares tall because it's a double home or a single home. So it's got to be either
Well, it could
2 over
be.
2 or
If
or
you
whatever.
change the style window, it could actually.
Could change to a casement and could get smaller, but it wouldn't want to get smaller in width. It would only want to get smaller in height.
I think it's fine width-wise. It's the height
Yeah.
that.
I mean, that's.
I feel like it needs to come down from the roof line.
It's
I
a good
agree.
presentation if all we can argue about is the size of one.
I
window.
100% agree.
As he typically does.
Yeah.
Right.
So can we just
I think
condition
we
that the
can,
window
I think we
comes
can leave,
down a little
honestly,
bit?
I think we could leave that to staff and say, hey, is there
Like
any way
this
that we could possibly reduce the size of that window in height a little bit and maybe change it to a casement? And,
But if not,
but if not, it's not a make or break.
I think it's make a break.
It just, to me, it looks, I don't even know it's the height. I think it's the proximity
To the
to the
roof line.
ridge of the roof line.
I understand. Can it be lowered? Can the window simply be lowered, maybe?
It probably
I-
could, as long as he went
I
with
think
a
it's
tempered
too
sash
tall.
on the bottom.
I think it's too tall. It's 7-foot ceiling height and it's got a full height window.
Actually, it may have to be, yeah, with that, I mean, it very well could have to be, it may be too low for regular glass now, so.
Okay. I think that, reworking or revisiting
I
that window
think
is a condition.
that whomever, whatever staff member gets this is more than capable of working with, and we have a owner's agent that, is more than willing to work with us as well. So I'm comfortable with that.
As a condition. You have a motion?
I do.
Always.
Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing, ARC 23-390, for the property located at 5302 North Central Avenue, with the following conditions: that the applicant rework the basement windows and roof over the basement with staff, and that the east elevation window in the gable is reduced in height. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights design guidelines in the city of Tampa for the following reasons: that the scale, massing, orientation, alignment, and rhythm are consistent with the guidelines.
I'll second.
Before we vote, does the agent understand the conditions?
Yes, I do.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Do we need to pass anything else, Dennis?
Wait a minute, we have another,
We have one more
another
case.
case.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's hanging in there.
You think she's just hanging out with us?
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Velam, staff for Historic Preservation. Our last agenda item is ARC 23-393. This is for the address of 617 West Horatio Avenue. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. The primary structure was built in 1913. It is contributing. The underlying zoning is R01. The approximate square footage of the request this evening for the accessory structure is 750 square foot. The request is for a certificate of appropriateness for that new construction accessory structure with site improvements. Quickly going through the photo presentation. This is the Sanborn map from 1929, and then it does have superimposed the boundaries for the local district of Hyde Park. Property in question is on the corner of Horatio and Boulevard. It is highlighted and indicated with the circle. As you zoom into the property in question, once again, this is from 1929. It's a two-story primary structure with a wraparound porch. Yellow indicates frame construction. If you look at in the immediate vicinity, you have some larger structures. You have a multifamily complex to the east. You have the Friday Morning Musicale to the west. You have Gorey Grammar School to the south. And then you have a dwelling here. The red indicates that these are brick construction. Looking from above, you see the footprint of the property in question, and then you see the footprint of the abutting properties. What I'm trying to show is that you have the single-family house kind of nestled in these larger structures. This is the front elevation, which has these strong horizontals. Moving to the east elevation, which was very difficult to get a picture of with all the foliage there. But you see some upper level windows. There's a series of double hung windows and casement windows throughout the building. This is the multifamily complex to the east. Going back to the subject site, this is the front and the west elevation. It does have an incorporated porte cochere into the front elevation, and there's the rhythm piers on the front. Moving to that west elevation, you have your crawl space, you have your banding on the bottom as the transition on materials. Then there is this belt course that the lower windows die into that belt course. As I talked about the windows here, you have casement windows, you have multi-pane sash over a one, you have this upside down U that usually illustrates that that is a formal room or a living room. This is the Friday morning musicale to the west that showed up on the Sanborn map. Moving around back to the subject site, this is the rear elevation. Once again, you see the proportion of the windows and the hinges on those windows, the casement windows and then the double hung windows. And then just to conclude, the last shot is the backyard and how it looks today. They're going to incorporate that accessory structure into the space. We have the agent, Ms. Shoecraft, will address the board at this time.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Missy Shoecraft, and I'm the agent for the owners, Patrick and Amy DeMarnis. Before I start, I did find some pizza. I'm not kidding. It's warm in a box. This is in no way a bribe. I thought it's for City Council, but don't tell anybody. They had it down here.
Thank you.
So as Ron mentioned, the property is in the Hyde Park Historic District, 617 Horatio. It's on the corner of Horatio and Brevard, and as he mentioned, it's really surrounded by large institutional buildings. I'll start with the site plan. One of the things that's interesting about this property is that the old Spanish Creek actually runs on the northeast corner and goes completely underneath the apartment building next door, and that creek is actually contained in a 100-year-old culvert. It's really, and it goes all the way across and all the way down ultimately into the bay. So what we're proposing tonight is a 750 square foot, two-story accessory structure, 22 feet high, 17 by 22. It meets all the required setbacks of an RO1 zone. We're 7 feet, because it's a corner lot, we're 7 feet from the western property line. The stairs are 3 feet from the alley property line or the north property line, but the structure itself is 7. And we have a 9-foot eave-to-eave separation between the porch on the back of the house that Ron showed a picture of and our overhang. One of the things that came up in the staff DRC hearing was to ensure that we could get 2 cars on the lot. Although it's not related to the accessory structure at all, that was a requirement of transportation. And sure enough, we have room for one under the porte cochere, which was the historic location, and then the second one is right behind it. Presently, the backyard is almost completely bricked over with a number of different patterns. There's been a lot of creativity in terms of the way they have paved the backyard. There's actually 2 very large fountains that are not historic, and this accessory structure is going to take the place of one of them. It's always hard following Alan Dobbs with his drawings. When I went to architecture school, there was no cat, so I learned how to draw by hand, and here we are. Just tells you how old I am. So this is a very simple structure, right? It's just basically the same floor plan, one on top of the other. We've got wood stairs coming off the north elevation, going to a second story, which is just a large space that has a closet, a bathroom, and a bar area. First floor is the same. The only difference really there are the doors, one that would take you to the house and the other one which takes you into the open area. The windows are 3.0 by 5.6 on the south elevation, 2.6 by 5.0 on the east elevation, and then we have a 2 by 2 window in the bathrooms. These are the exterior elevations. We'll start with the west elevation. while you all were talking tonight, and you were talking about proportions, I think that we would like to propose having only one wood carriage door as opposed to these two slightly oddly shaped doors. But that's really up to the board. It won't affect us at all, one way or the other. The important thing is that all the details on this structure, and you can see there the south, the east, and the north elevation, are taken from the main house. And I have a photograph where we have the frieze board and the band board and corner boards and all that, which is basically we're matching. The one that we're not going to match, so we're picking up all the material references from the same house. We're not matching the overhang, which in the main house is quite extensive and would feel, I think, not compatible on this structure. And also that the soffit on the main house has been replaced with metal. Who knows when? We're not going to do that. We're going to do beadboard. Everything on the house, except for the masonite door, is wood, either cypress or cedar, to match the existing. On the next page is a simple section, which is essentially, this is a frame, a stick build, with a concrete slab floor. The first floor is 8 feet. Then we, of course, have the support, and then the second floor is also 8 feet. The overall height of the building is, I'm glad you have, don't laugh, Ron. Glad to have your own drawings.
21.6.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Everybody?
21.6.
Thank you. Then we have the landing and stairwell railing detail. That's all wood. That's a typical detail in Hyde Park where you have much larger pickets than you do the spacing. And then on the bottom is just a typical craftsman door and window trim detail. I'm going to show you a couple. One of the things that the staff mentioned in their staff report was they wanted, obviously, some more of the detailed information, which we have in a presentation here. You all have the spec sheets, but I believe we have complied with everything they requested. So we took this, which is the photograph of the side elevation. And what we're matching are, for example, the 6-inch corner boards, the 12-inch band board, 4-inch lap siding, the 12-inch frieze board, the 4-inch trim around the windows, and the windows and doors all use the frieze board and the band board as the top of the window in lieu of trim. There's a close-up of that, which is here, and you can see the perforated metal soffit, which we are not going to follow. There's a lot of, she's a good girl, she's a big girl, but there's been a lot of things that have happened to her over the years, and that's one of the ones that we would love to see changed. But you can see the detail of what we're going to match on the accessory structure. Accessory structures, as you know, are not typically as high style as the house. They need to be kind of dumbed down a little bit and put in their place. In terms of the materials, we're going to use the Orlast wood window, which we've used on all our projects for the last 10 years, and it works very well. The high definition shingles on the accessory structure as well. In terms of lighting, I'm not quite sure I went with this. I'm just a little tired of the Craftsman windows, and it's late. So we picked this, although it may not be completely appropriate. We can certainly find something that's more appropriate if the board would like to see something else. On the shutters on the west elevation, we have picked these PVC shutters, which are very high quality. It's not like something you would find at Home Depot or Lowe's. These are solid and actually quite pricey. They will be painted. The exterior doors are a Jeld-Wen product, and the one that we want is the single light, which is this one right here. And it's masonite, and that too will be painted. We've selected MTech Outdoor Hardware in the black matte finish. And then the last piece that the staff raised was the fencing. So presently, if we go back to the site plan, the backyard is encased in a CMU block concrete wall. We actually don't even know how old it is, but it's pretty old. However, we're going to have to remove a portion of it in order to have the necessary setback for to allow the stairs. And that portion, at least for now, we're trying to see if the homeowner would agree to taking all of it down and replacing it with a board-on-board fence. This is one that one of our projects. Very nice fence. And this is what we're going to do in that section that we have to take down in order to have access for the stair. And like I said, we would very much want to do it all the way around, if allowed. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservations. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. Under conditions, we have a couple of items that still need additional discussion. First of all, if this project is to move forward and receive approval, a design exception 1 application needs to be filled out for the additional height from 15-foot height to 22. I believe additional discussion needs to take place on the location of the mechanicals. She did address the fence location and the design. The height needs to be called out as well to make sure that's consistent with code. She did go through the wall section. She did address the windows. Initially, they were called out as vinyl windows, and the windows that she selected have been approved by this board and staff on a routine basis. If she could provide additional information or discussion with the lattice enclosure underneath the stairwell, and that the shutters that she presented should have the hardware to go along with that as well. So there was no hardware presented this evening. But I am familiar with that company and all the materials that they have to complete the application to be consistent with our criteria. And then she did put on the table for the garage door to be discussed this evening as well. If there is going to be one garage door, when it's closed, we're looking for a door that appears to have 2 separate bays with a wider maul in the middle. That concludes my portion, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Now, public comment. Seeing none, we'll move on. All right, so we'll close the public portion and ask our questions. Commissioner Boyd?
Can you show us on the site plan where the fencing is going?
Where the what? Oh, the fence?
Fence.
Yes. And also on the site plan, while I have it up, the mechanicals are going underneath the stair. They're noted on the site plan, but it's so tiny.
They are.
So the portion of the fence is going to go from here to here.
And then is there existing fence around the rest of the property?
Yes, it's a very large, very tall CMU block wall, which does not meet any code.
So the CMU block wall is like 7 feet from
Yes.
the west side of the structure. And then you're you're just giving that CMU wall the decorative garage door.
Pardon?
The decorative garage door is like 7 feet away from the CMU wall.
Show the orientation on the site where the
Yeah,
door is.
the doors are here.
They're facing Brevard, right?
Yes, sir.
But they're they're facing the tall block wall.
They're facing
No,
a
no.
7-foot tall wall.
So the wall's
Correct,
gonna have to be
because at
removed.
some point, they may take that wall down, and we wanted to make sure that that elevation was appropriate to a street corner.
I apologize.
Does that make
I
sense?
see. Now it does.
We're hoping that someday that wall comes down, and when it does, then it's gonna have the garage door facade
I
that you would have
understand that.
normally found on an accessory structure.
But
It
no-
all makes sense now.
But no
Okay.
garage.
But
There's
no garage.
no, and we're not required to have one at this point.
Right. I
The
don't.
other thing is, I'm sorry, the new fence is 6 feet tall, that's in compliance with code. And we do have the appropriate hardware for the shutters, including, we're gonna propose to do shutter dogs as well.
And then, do you have any more information on the lattice?
Yeah,
enclosure?
these, yes. Well, not so much, and you're probably not gonna like what I'm gonna say, but we would propose vinyl lattice in a square pattern, not a diagonal, because we have used wood lattice for many, many, many years, and it is one of the first things that rots, and very, very quickly, because the lattice is typically very thin. It's the worst stuff in the world. And so the lattice will be painted like the rest of the structure, and you'd be hard-pressed to tell that it wasn't wood, and that's really one of the only places that I would request an exemption, just because they simply dissolve in no time.
I don't have any more questions.
I understand the latticework thing. Is there any way to get cypress or any other type of wood to build a lattice out of rather than vinyl? Because I just hate vinyl
I
in
know.
historic districts.
I know you do. I'm sure you do. The other thing would be just not to put anything there. Because that opening is basically, the lattice is essentially 3 feet from the fence. So no one is going to see it, because that fence is along the alley, and that will never go away. They will always want to have that portion of their property secure. So we could also just leave it open, and that's where the mechanicals are anyway. It'd be a lot easier for the mechanical guys to get to it and service it. So I'm more than happy to get rid of the lattice if it offends to have
I don't think there's any, I guess, who could see the lattice?
no one.
You can't
Unless
see
you were
the
sitting on
lattice.
top of the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Very
don't
tall.
see a purpose for putting it there.
Let's get rid of it.
I'm just wondering if the facade is facing the stone wall or the masonry wall facing South Brevard. And I know, I mean, staff has thoughts and we have thoughts. I'm just wondering if a blank wall isn't better than fake stuff. Is there any way to actually put a small window on the second floor, at least, into the shower and over the sink in the bar area, rather than putting fake shutters over there?
That was actually an owner preference. They didn't want any openings on Brevard, but I mean, obviously we could put them in. There's nothing to stop us from doing it.
Right, I mean, I would think small, you know,
2 by,
small scale windows, even a square, a couple of squares, you know, on that side of the facade would be better than fake shutters. Anything's better than fake shutters. Do you agree?
no. But I'm happy to put in windows instead of the shutters. I mean, we could definitely put one in the shower and also in the bar area. I'm actually more concerned about the double doors on the bottom. Typically, that's what they want to see on that elevation. So if you all are okay with us just having the siding go across it, that is absolutely fine with us as well.
And again, we're asking questions here. Particularly when the bottom portion cannot be seen from the street, and it's a contingency and it's a what if down the road, correct?
Of course.
I think that we could deal with it at that time. I mean, you know.
They won't need to, I don't believe they'll need to deal with it at that time.
Right.
No, we wouldn't have to come back. I don't think, I mean,
No.
the attorney would know, but.
Yes, but, you know, if somebody was concerned, you know, if
She's
the
done
owner.
they've done us a favor.
I know
She's planned
the-
it out
and the-
instead
and
of us hating it when they
But
take the wall.
you just said you were concerned about it because it's a maintenance thing.
No, I'm concerned
No.
about the way it looks.
Yeah.
I
You
would
also-
prefer to just, if we were to do a door, and this is why I'm asking the board's thoughts about this, instead of having the double doors, could we do one that was wider? And just do one as opposed to doing the double door?
Well, and we'll go over that in discussion.
Sure.
Right now, let's
stick with questions.
Yeah.
Along those lines, would you be amenable to doing small square windows on both of those openings instead of the garage doors? In, you know, in each floor, because these are duplicate units, so
Yes.
on each floor, one in the shower, one over the bar. And if the owner has no, or if the owner is worried about visibility and all that kind of stuff, you know, it could be obscure glass.
Yes, I understand. I think it was more of a security issue, particularly on the first floor, that they
But-
did not want to have any kind of glass on the first floor that faced Brevard.
But you're behind a 7-foot wall.
But they're not always going to be behind us.
But they may not always be there.
I understand, but that's a what if down the road.
I'm sharing with you the
Right.
owner's concerns.
Okay.
The what if.
That has nothing to do with whether it's compatible in a historic district. It's not part of the design guidelines, the owner's concerns. I'm just sharing what their thought process
Okay.
was.
The only other question I had, even I guess for staff, I didn't catch the zoning at the beginning of the presentation. The zoning allows for 3 separate residences on this property?
These are not separate
Yeah.
residences.
There's one resident, this structure that's being built is bonus square footage.
Okay.
There's
so
no
that-
kitchen in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an accessory structure with no kitchen. It's a bar.
Okay, okay. I don't have any other questions.
No gray area.
I don't have any further questions.
I have no further questions.
I have a couple. First, you showed us a wall section, but I don't believe it showed a window inset into it.
You know, it doesn't, and I was admonished by staff for not doing that. And mostly because of the profile, obviously, right? Where's that window going to sit?
Well, it looks to be a 2x4 wall, and that's the reason I'm actually bringing it up.
That is correct. At the moment, it's a 2x4 wall, and that's because the reveal on the existing windows, if I show you the photo, is very, very tight. It's not typical as we would normally see in a historic home, and I'll show you in the photo.
Yeah, please.
However, if that's a concern, it can certainly be built by 2x6. I mean, actually, most of them are I've done about 15 of these in the
Most
historic
are,
district,
yeah.
yeah. Let me show you what I'm talking about, but if that's a concern, we can certainly do it. It's cost rises.
Yeah, everybody uses 2x6s nowadays just for the insulation value, yeah.
So there's the existing condition.
There's no reveal.
But yeah, we can easily do 2x6.
We'll take it up in discussion.
Okay?
The only other question I really had revolved around these shutters, and until staff mentioned that they were familiar with them, I was probably not even willing to listen to the material. But can you tell me, I mean, I'm familiar with like AZEK style shutters. This particular one, what is the thickness of that shutter? Do you?
It's about an inch and a quarter, and it's solid.
Okay. 'Cause that was my main concern. My other concern would be, how do you plan to mount these? Are you going to use the hardware to mount them, or are you planning to
No.
fasten them to the building?
That's right. I mean, they're gonna look like, I mean, they're not operable. So we're gonna put the hardware on, and it's gonna look exactly like it should look if we were gonna open it, right? So there's gonna be it's not gonna be flush with the siding, for example, when they're closed. And then we're gonna have the shutter dogs. So if you looked at them, you would say, oh, those are shutters that are closed.
Okay.
But then again, we may not be doing that, we might be putting windows in there.
That would be great. Those shutters are more expensive than the window.
I think that's all I have. I mean, it's a fairly simple project. Does anyone else have anything else?
No.
All right, we'll give you your rebuttal time.
No rebuttal.
All right.
Oh, I had one other question, oh, I can't, we already closed.
No, you can't.
It's closed.
It's already closed.
It's closed.
Never mind, okay, never mind.
All right, well, let's move forward into discussion then. It sounds like there's some discussion that we want to have about this side elevation with the garage door and the windows.
Yeah, I'm honestly not in favor at all of having fake stuff applied to the exterior of the wall. Honestly, and not in the historic district. No fake decorations, no fake facades. I'm just not enamored of that at all.
I think the problem we've got in front of us is it's not a matter of if this wall is being removed.
Let's just pretend the wall is not there.
They have come to us and they are and I appreciate the fact that you're letting us know this. The wall is coming down. And so we're going to see from the side elevation
Well, why isn't the
now-
wall part of the project? Why isn't the wall coming down a part of the project then?
It's not happening right now,
But-
and it doesn't have to be.
I guess the answer to that would be is the wall is not a part of the, I don't.
Not part of the
That would be a
project.
question for staff that we
But
can't
then,
ask.
but then we can't say the wall is coming down. We can't make that judgment call because that's not part of the presentation. We can't assume that. They could sell this house tomorrow and the new one would come in and never tear the wall down.
That is, yep, that's true.
So we can't make that assumption. And I have a problem with the fake materials, serious problem. The other concern I had a little bit was just that the same width of the rim boards and I don't have the exact
Freeze board?
terminology, the freeze board matching the band board and the freeze board matching the main house, even though the scale of this house is the scale of this structure is so much smaller than that. It would almost call for them to be just slightly smaller than the main house. Because
Yeah, I mean, going from, I mean.
It
I could
doesn't
see
look
where-
bad.
I could see where you could go from a
But it
12
doesn't
to
look
an
bad.
8 or.
I take that whole line of questioning back because actually it doesn't look bad at this scale.
No, not
It
at all.
doesn't look
I
at
do not
scale, it doesn't
believe
look at a proportion.
that it is.
I take that all back, take it back.
I think it would look right either way.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, this is about as simple
Yeah.
of an exterior design as you can get.
And it's very nice, it's very scaled, it's nice proportions. I agree that there's no point to put the vinyl under the stair, as long as that wall never comes down.
Well, no, but there will be fence there. They're going to
is
take
part
down
of
the
the
concrete wall and they're going to put the fence there. They need the clearance to get in to build the thing. So, and we've seen that fence, it's going to be 6 feet high. There will be a tiny amount of, there'll be like 2.5 feet.
Right, but there's nothing to hide underneath
Right.
the stair. All the hiding would be the mechanical unit down below. There's nothing to hide.
The mechanicals would be low enough
Right.
that you would
Well,
not see it.
And they'll be
Do we
hidden
know
by the
that?
fence.
Yes, they're on the site plan. These are, it's a-
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying just be amongst us. We can't ask questions of you anymore right now. But amongst us, is there and we didn't even discuss
Flood zone, we have.
floodplain or flood zone or anything that the unit might have to be above the
It was-
ground?
But that will be taken care of by
That would, yeah, that's.
But
somebody
then,
else.
But then I'm saying then the unit would be seen.
It wasn't brought to our attention, so
Right.
unfortunately,
I know.
we are looking at it as it's not in a flood zone.
I agree. Otherwise, I think it's lovely. I just like to see the windows and not the fake stuff on the street facing side.
What about the window inset? I mean, she obviously showed us the
Mixed.
house.
Right.
Typically, I mean, that house, it's odd compared to every other house.
Right, and the only
in
reason
that
we
part,
asked for
but-
it to be recessed and to have the shadow
It's
line
to
is
match.
because that's what's there,
Right.
and there isn't there. And so I don't think it makes any sense to match something that's not there.
I mean, this one side elevation, this west elevation, I guess, is probably the only one that, and I do feel like that's something that could be tweaked or worked or, I mean, I really thought the line of question was going to be going from, or discussion would be 2 doors versus 1 door.
I think that's something
that
staff
direction,
can-
but I don't like the covered windows because we never typically like.
What do you mean the covered window? There's no window there.
The shutters.
Right, the
They're
false,
just fake.
right,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
The shutters.
I'd
That's
like to
my
see
point.
small windows there.
I'm not sure that you'd like to see the 4 tiny windows.
I'm not either.
I think 4, or the 2 upstairs maybe would suffice, but I think if we did 4 windows above cabinetry / in a shower, you wouldn't like that either.
Maybe on the, like you said, maybe on the second floor, but this first floor, I don't know, that's gonna look to me somewhat.
They're gonna be too,
It's
they're
behind
gonna
the
look
wall.
funny.
They've already told us it's not gonna be behind a wall.
I'm not so sure that it's not, I believe that it is going to be behind a wall. I've just received that information, I think, from the ether.
That's,
All
I
right.
mean, that's
So-
really our only discrepancy,
Okay.
and so,
Do we have a motion?
Yes.
It's good to have you back.
Moves to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 23-393 for the property located at 617 West Horatio Avenue with the following conditions: that the garage door be revisited between 1 and 2 with staff, and that the lattice work and material or removal be discussed with staff, because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines for the city of Tampa for the following reasons: that the scale, massing, and materials is consistent with the guidelines.
I'll second.
does the applicant understand the conditions? All right, put it up for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. And I believe that concludes our meeting tonight. So
We need to accept.
we need
the
a,
same generation. You have a very nice hand with your
thank
hand
you.
on
we need
stuff.
a motion to enter in,
It really is.
we need a motion to enter into, or receive the,
I move to receive and file all exhibits received this evening, and any other comments that may have, any other written comments that may have come forward.
I second the motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
4-0 pass. All right, now the meeting is adjourned.
You gotta put your gavel. Yeah.
Next time we get this place, I'll make sure you're going.
Go ahead, I'll have phone.